Hey, good morning or good afternoon for those of you across the pond. I'm RaikouRider, and welcome back to SNES Super Stars 2020. For those of you who have never seen this before, you're in for a real treat. This is the Super Metroid and A Link to the Past crossover randomizer, where we'll be playing Super Metroid and A Link to the Past at the same time, looking to collect all of the items necessary to defeat both Ganon and Mother Brain. However, there's a twist this time. This is Keysanity mode, so all of the boss keys, maps, and dungeon small keys will be shuffled into the item pool as well. Additionally, all of the compasses and 7 of the 20 rupee items have been removed from the item pool to make room for 18 Super Metroid keys. And with me is my co-commentator, Also. How you doing this morning?
I am doing fantastic and ready to see just what this game can throw at you.
Oh, this will be great. Let's go ahead and not keep you waiting any longer and get this started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So the first thing we're going to see here is a trick called the hula hand once we get into Link to the Past. And what this does is you kind of have to do a little bit of a camera glitch to get the camera desynced with where you're going to fall into a hole. When you fall down, you're going to fall into the Chris Houlihan room, which has 225 rupees to get us off to a good money start.
That's very, very important because a third of your money is in Super Metroid.
Now, as you saw, Raikou went into a door that normally leads to the Criteria map room. There are 4 transition points between the 2 games. That is Criteria map to that house out over by Link's house. There is the map room in Norfair, in the room known as Business Center. That leads to the Old Man Cave back exit. There is, I believe, the missile recharge deep in Meridia. That's going to lead to your Dark Ice Rod cave. And the Lower Norfair energy refill, there has been an extra door added past that, which will lead you to the right Mire Shack.
Correct. So if you're relying on filling up your health before going into Mire, that fairy fountain has been removed. So if we've done everything correctly, this should take us to the Chris Houlihan room, and we will have 225 rupees. Very, very important for the beginning of the game, because we'll likely need to purchase some explosives. And there is a bottle vendor check that requires 100 rupees.
And the reason that we didn't see an item pickup in the Sanctuary is that setup that Raikou did requires you to not have flippers. And there is a 1 in 316 chance that that item in Sanctuary is flippers.
I've once bitten, twice shy. I'll put it that way. I used to check that item immediately before doing Houlihan, and then I found flippers there, and I stopped doing it.
And there's also the fact that you're going to end up going back there anyway to get to Kakariko Village, so you might as well check it then. So part of the reason that this whole thing works is I'm going to go a little bit into the internals of the games themselves, because this is one of the few things that I do know about it, is Super Metroid and A Link to the Past use completely different segments of the Super Nintendo's hardware in terms of the memory. Also, early Varia, so for those of you that wanted to see suitless runs, nope.
Nope, we're not going to be seeing any suitless Lower Norfair today.
That does also reduce your environmental damage that you take from spikes, so a couple of certain rooms in Wreck Ship will also be easier by having that Varia suit.
That is correct. In the combo randomizer specifically, the effects of Varia suit and Gravity suit have been decoupled to make each one more useful. The Varia suit reduces environmental damage, but oh, that's a nice tree pull. The Varia suit reduces environmental damage by 75%. The Gravity suit reduces enemy damage by 75%, but offers no environmental protection.
I must say, that is an amazing crab.
Oh, yes, it is. That'll be something to keep in mind for the future.
So if you need Zora money, you could just go kill Aga 1.
You could, but...
There's probably better ways to get 500 rupees, but it's there.
A little bit. And there's our first key.
Do bear in mind that Aghanim's Tower, because this is Keysanity, will have 2 items instead of the normal 2 keys.
Correct. That is something to keep in mind.
And Eastern Big Key is good because that's the only key you need to complete Eastern. All Raikou will now need is a bow and, logically, I believe, a lamp.
Yes, you do need a lamp to complete. You need a lamp to logically complete Eastern Palace, but logic is a suggestion.
And I don't think the SMZ3 randomizer has the fire rod for logic taken into account.
It does not. It does not. Since the latest version, the two versions of Link to the Past, one for the standalone randomizer and one for the combo randomizer, have become their own separate projects. Just because one of the reasons is just the fire rod logic for Dark Rooms and Link to the Past is a little bit contentious in the community. Thieves Small.
That first Super Missile is important because that opens up a good bit of Super Metroid once you reach the point where you can get into places that require Super Missiles.
It does. That is important.
But the biggest access opener for Super Metroid is by and far the Morph Ball.
This version of SMZ3 is 11.2.
Now, something else to keep in mind is that because of the fact that you can cross between Super Metroid and Link to the Past in a couple of places, there are some locations that you would think are normally Morph Ball blocks that you can reach without it because of those transition points.
Oh, hi, that is the Crocomire key.
And to go a little further into the keys, certain doors that normally are, say, Powerbomb blocked or the eye doors, if a key card is replacing that door, it will be a gray door. And this can matter for things such as Wrecked Ship, where that Powerbomb door that you normally need to go through to get in the Wrecked Ship is no longer there. You will still need the Morph Ball. But if you get the Criteria 2, I believe that opens up one item without Morph Ball?
It does. Really don't want to spend this on just 3 bombs, but we need all the bombs we can get from Mini Moldorm Cave.
Yeah. Mini Moldorm Cave with just bombs is a little bit rough because the Mini Moldorms like to just do whatever they want.
They're some of the most random enemies in the game. And of note, you won't be able to see what your key is for until you actually pick it up. So if, for instance, if we see a big key on the library, we won't know what dungeon it's for until we have the boots to get it.
The second thing to note alongside that is, if Raikou were to check his map right now, he would not know what Eastern Desert and Tower of Hera are as far as if they're crystals or pendants, because those are behind the maps. And that is why the maps are still in the item pool, is they give you the information of what prize you're going to get at the end of the dungeon.
Correct, which is the reason why I have not checked my map.
There has been no Morph Ball or Sword seen yet. So far, the biggest item of note, I believe, is going to be that Varia suit.
Correct. That'll open up a few things once we get access to... once we can get access to the mountain.
Which is high jump, space jump, or Morph Ball and bombs locked.
We can also get there with flute or glove plus lamp.
Can you also get there with speed?
No, you need morph.
Okay. That's right, you need morph. Well, I'm also thinking in terms of how to get past the cathedral rooms and all that. You would need some way to get up that room because you can't wall jump it. So you're likely going to see Raikou pick up power bombs until I want to say 15 or 20. You need a minimum of 12 if you're going to do Turian without Ice Beam, and actually it's 25 will allow you to Crystal Flash twice if you need that.
Alright, so now we can see what Hera is. It is a crystal.
But it is not one of our 5-6, so that will not be progression towards opening up the double-chested fairy in Dark World. One thing that is very useful is talking to Sahasrahla, as he will give you the location of the green pendant, regardless of if you have the map for the dungeon or not.
Correct. Yeah, unfortunately, mini Moldworms are not cooperating at all.
You got 8 bombs, you'll be fine. You have 1 heart, you might not be fine.
They'll give me some breathing room at least.
I find Cane of Samaria is surprisingly effective against the mini Moldworms.
It is. Oh, hey, there's the thing I wanted to... Oh, hi! How are you doing today?
So
those are items.
So with Morph Ball and Sword, a lot of things just opened up.
They did, yes.
And 10 Power Bombs is a comfortable amount to go through the early portions of Brinstar. Especially if you want to do the Retro Brinstar loop.
15 is ideal, but 10 is what you want to have. Although we are limited in what we can do in Retro Brinstar because we don't have the Brinstar 1 key. The Brinstar 1 key locks Construction Zone, I believe.
And that is...
Billy Mays.
Yes, that is Billy Mays. I believe that is also the Brinstar Ceiling Tank and the second missiles.
It is. That card! That bush card!
Hey man, he was just hanging out and you blew up his bush.
That's helpful too.
So this is really where you start to see the first decisional point, because there's still a good bit left to do in Link to the Past, but a lot of Super Metroid just opened up, so... The question is, which do you prefer to go to?
I'm actually gonna head over to Eastern, even though I don't have a bow, because I can do everything except the boss.
Although, do bear in mind, the vanilla big key chest will be considered out of logic without a lamp.
Correct.
So if you find something important in there, you know that will not block the lamp, nor will anything behind it block the lamp.
I just feel that this is too many items. I think it's too many items to ignore. We'll see where Green Pendant is. Oh, lovely. Chat, hope you like that.
I mean, just get a red cane and problem solved.
Oh, that's a nice key to find.
Well, now you can go to Billy Mays.
I can. That is the Construction Zone key.
So that makes the Eastern play definitely more worthwhile before going to Super Metroid. And that's the kind of thing where, like, one decision can really start to change the way you're going to route the seed. You would have had to double back for that if you didn't get that Brinstar level 1 before going in.
Correct. The decisions compound on themselves, especially in keys. So all the dungeon music will be vanilla. You don't get the music cues that you would in non-Keysanity. But yes, this is actually relatively new. This was only released, I want to say, 2 or 3 months ago. Oh, hello! Hello, how are you doing today?
So now that you can hammer everything, that technically doesn't open anything immediately, but it does give you access to a tempered sword level weapon.
It does, and that's going to be really big when we get to Dark World.
Which, all you need at this point is a glove and an orb to get in.
I do need an orb still.
So where do we think that orb is going to be? Well,
we have a Phantoon key now.
And I don't think you have access there yet, though.
Not without Morph Ball.
No, you have Morph.
Yeah, with Morph. Oh, right, yeah. When do you
but
get
you don't
Morph
have
early?
Criteria 2, nor do you have access to Forgotten Highway.
Correct. That's one thing that you'll see a lot more in Keysanity is Forgotten Highway, because the doors, the key doors, are all locked only from, well, not all of them, but most of them are locked just from one side. So depending on the configuration, oh hey, there's the Swamp Small. Depending on the key configuration, we might actually see Spore Spawn.
Yes, because the Brinstar 2 locks you from going back in doing the Spore Spawn skip, but I think you just need the Brinstar boss to get to Spore Spawn himself.
Correct.
And another interesting, for those that don't know, Forgotten Highway is when you go from Meridia into Criteria and then through the back of Wreckship, that route is almost never taken because it's just generally slower than going the normal way to Meridia. But because of the keys, depending on where Criteria 2 is, you might have to go that way to get to Wreckship.
Correct. So you'll see Forgotten Highway a lot more in Keysanity. I think in non-Keysanity, I've seen Forgotten Highway maybe 1 or 2 times out of 150 some scenes. Keysanity, I've already seen. I did open the big chest, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe I'm allowed to give reminders here, because it's not a race.
Correct. So I think I'm actually just going to head over to SM now. There's no real reason to stay here.
I mean, you could do escape.
Without a glove, though?
You can do the front of escape.
No, there's enough open that I'm just going to take a look.
Yeah, I think going to Super Metroid here makes the most sense.
This also lets us get to the mountain.
Yep.
Can't go that way. Can't go that way. We don't have Criteria boss.
Which can be considered your first access to the mountain, by the way.
Yes, that's correct.
Interesting that you're going this way.
I'm doing this to check Terminator and the back of Gauntlet.
Well, that's the best key card in the game right there.
Yeah, that is the Ridley key.
So these frogs will always drop a power bomb if you are not full on power bombs.
Yes. Yes, very important. Very important to know when enemies drop power bombs. Yeah, B-toms are very good for power bombs.
Is that the name of them?
I believe so.
Okay.
Let's mark that.
The other enemy that will always drop power bombs is fire fleas. So if you know where fire fleas are, you can also farm power bombs on them.
Yes, it's very important to know where those are. Especially because without Morph Ball bombs, you need to manage your power bomb count very carefully. Otherwise, you can run the risk of soft locking.
The last thing you want to do is be 30 minutes in on your run and just soft lock on accident because you forgot about power bombs.
It's something you'll see newer runners do, but veteran players will know how to avoid those situations just by knowing how many power bombs you need to get in and out of an area.
And I'm guilty of doing that myself, so it's... If it happens, you just either reset back and go back to what you saw, or you could technically farm if you really wanted. That power bomb pack is kind of nice, because now you should not have any worries about power bombs.
Oh no, oh no, not now. Oh hey, Pitless. The thing I don't have though is super missiles.
You have 5. You have enough to open doors.
I would like more though.
Oh yeah, like anything below 30 makes Ridley a very interesting fight.
It does. But now that we have this Brinstar 1 key, so you see that door with the blue 1 above it. That door would be closed if we did not have the Brinstar key.
E-tanks are nice.
They are.
I think at this point, knowing the level of runner you are, you probably would have no issues doing Fantune right now.
Oh no. Oh no.
Given the 3 tanks in Varia.
Yeah. Oh.
Actually, 5 tanks.
Oh, this. Yeah.
I forgot you have 2 garbage cans.
We do have 2 garbage cans.
The reserve tanks are referred to as garbage cans because they look like garbage cans, and they're usually garbage when you find them.
X-ray. That Norfair 2 key, once we're able to get once we're able to get the pre-cathedral check completed, that will give us access to Bubble Mountain.
Which is kind of the central hub of the Upper Norfair.
Question in chat: Do you still need to equip beams that you get on the Link to the Past site? Yes.
Especially true. Sorry.
If you pick up Spazer or Plasma and Link to the Past, you do need to manually equip it in Super Metroid.
And getting a lot of the Super Metroid keys early, that is Wreck Ship access.
That is Wreck Ship access.
Well, mostly. I don't know if you can logically get past the moat.
Right,
yet.
we can't get past the moat yet.
I mean, you can do it out of logic if you just continue with wall jump.
Exactly. Just CWJ, no big deal.
It's only, what, a 2-frame trick?
It's actually a 1-frame trick into a 2-frame trick, but yeah.
Ow. Yeah, no big deal. You're a Zelda runner, you can do it.
Clearly. So now we're going to be getting into Big Pink. Because I am missing some Brinstar keys, I won't be able to do this to get the Spore Spawn item. Nor can I get the Wavegate item. That is also, I believe that is also gated by Brin 2.
Yes. It's also logically gated by Wave Beam, but logic is a suggestion.
Logic is a suggestion.
In some cases. In other cases, it can be very important.
Please. Movement in this game is impossible.
It's only mostly impossible. This is one of the most dangerous rooms if you're going to do it early, because those big side hoppers do 80 damage with no suits.
Correct. It's not a big deal with my current equipment loadout, but it's
scary when it's like, oh, you have really early access to this and your moon pearls in there.
Yes, that room in this logic, if you don't have a suit, that actually requires an energy tank.
I believe it's also true of Gauntlet. That requires, I think, 2?
The front of Gauntlet requires 1, and the back requires 2.
That bottle in the back of Gauntlet might be important later, as that could very easily be the first bottle.
Remember what I said about Fireflies?
Yep.
I'm a little bit low on power bombs, so I'm gonna drop by here and grab some power bombs.
Don't forget there are also B-teams below.
Correct.
So that should get you to near, if not at full.
But I am gonna take a look at these items as well. Now, everything except the item under the bridge is not in logic because of this trick.
That is known as the Muck Ball. It allows you to keep your dash speed while Morph Ball, which allows you to get past those gates.
And
So we now know that the rods will not... So now we know that the speed booster will not be blocked by either rod, because they just both showed up.
that's pretty
Turtle Rock is
funny.
appended confirmed. Turtle Rock is appended confirmed.
Turtle Rock care package, let's go.
No, you know what it's gonna be? Speed booster's gonna be in the first chest of Turtle Rock. Calling it now.
That's a good one. This randomizer has a sense of humor, I'll tell you that much. Would you play enough of these? Wait, I don't have Bryn 2. This is so easy to do.
That's right. I forgot that. I didn't actually think that was blocked by Bryn 2. I thought that was just either Bryn 1 or open.
Whoopsie! I forgot that
you're
required Bryn 2.
It's only a little bit of time. No big deal.
Yep, we just need the cane and... Well, the cane...
You only need cane to... Well, sorry, go ahead.
The cane and the ability to get to the dungeon.
Oh, you mean a cane, 2 gloves, a moon pearl, hook shot...
Yeah, enough of the things.
Maybe a medallion? Or 3?
What are those?! I mean, I'll take them, but what are those?
Alright, this seat is cursed.
Okay, Seed, what's the troll?
Well, I mean, you already saw the 2 rods that were speed booster blocked. It's probably that. It's probably something stupid like speed booster on pad or something. I'm taking back my Turtle Rock, and now I'm saying speed booster on pad. So, there's a nickname for this randomizer that is High Jump Boots Appreciation Simulator.
Yes, it is called High Jump Appreciation Simulator. Well, any Super Metroid-based randomizer is High Jump Appreciation Simulator.
So with the early high jump, actually that is kind of convenient where that was.
Right, because now we can get into Norfair.
So for those of you that want to see more Zelda, it's gonna be a little bit, I guess.
Yes, Spore Spawn is locked by either the Bryn 2 or the Bryn boss key.
That's one thing I do like about the Keysanity is Spore Spawn is actually useful.
I don't have the Crate key. There is one item that I can get in the warehouse without the key, but all of the rest of the items in Crate's lair are blocked by the Crate boss key.
Which also have what? How many items in Norfair available?
A lot.
Yeah. So are you willing to take the time to go get that one item on a gamble versus just go where a bunch of stuff is?
Okay, so Elsoa, if you really want to be a meme lord, you want to know what's open out of logic right now?
Old man?
Mickey Mouse.
I mean, yes.
I'm not gonna go there.
Dive, yeah.
I'm not gonna go there, but it is available.
What, you mean you don't want to lava dive on 5 tanks? Well, no, actually. Let's go full meme lord with it. Meyer Shack may potentially be available if you find a moon pearl out of logic. Because you can, like, out of logic, technically speaking, you can get into Lower Norfair with a lava dive and then go to the Meyer area through a green gate glitch.
No way to get back.
Save and quit.
True.
There's always a way to get back. It's called save and quit.
But we're not going to go there yet. Not with all this other stuff open.
Yeah. Although that would be the, like, 78-dimensional chess galaxy brain play. And Moon Pearl opens up Spike Cave now. Ish.
Oh. Well, I guess we're going to be playing Super Metroid and then A Link to the Past combo randomizer.
Yep. So, that gravity suit puts most of Super Metroid available.
Oh, I forgot to kill the Nova. Whoops.
Well, you'll be waiting a little bit. When you get a seed like this, normally, yeah, you just end up doing all of Super Metroid. There's a couple things that currently cannot be accessed. Anything that is speed blocked, with the exception of mockball places, cannot be accessed. That's kind of important.
That's ominous. There is a key card in the back of Croc.
And also remember that you will still need key cards to get to some places, so it's not like you can do all of Super Metroid right now.
Correct. They're correct. We are actually missing quite a few key cards.
Like, you could go to Meridia, but I think there's only 4 items you can get. Maybe 6.
3. 3 with our current loadout, and we can see a 4th.
You can't get to Mama Turtle? Oh wait, no, that's with Mama Turtle.
Yes, that includes Mama Turtle. Sure, we can grab that.
Let's see, you also can't actually get to Ice Beam, which we saw.
Correct, that's locked by the Norfair 1 key.
Wreck Ship is... What does the level 1 key open in Wreck Ship? I forget.
The gravity suit area.
Ah, okay.
That's on my radar.
The big question is, do you have access to Forgotten Highway? Without any Meridia keys.
No.
Okay.
No, but we have criteria too. So Forgotten Highway doesn't matter at this point.
Right. You just need to be able to get up. Well, you have gravity suit and high jump, so I guess you could just do the wall jump now.
That's something I'm very happy to see.
Well, only one more piece of the microwave beam.
Correct.
And the microwave beam, what that does is... The hitboxes for Dragon, Phantoon, and Botwoon are weird in that they don't... I'm trying to think of the technical term for it, but basically they're active while you're X-ray scoping. So if you have a charged plasma beam inside of their hitbox and you just spam the X-ray scope, it just keeps hitting them until they're dead, or the plasma beam leaves their hitbox.
If you're familiar with the pause trick from NES Mega Man, it's very similar to that. Where essentially the boss's iframes the boss's iframes count down while you have the X-ray scope active.
This does not work on Ridley, and some people would say that is a shame because that would make the Ridley fight free.
It's because you're not supposed to have Plasma Beam for the rest of the bosses, so the devs didn't bother making those enemies not penetrate Plasma Beam. Or Plasma Beam penetrates them. It'll work on any enemy that Plasma Beam actually penetrates, but Plasma Beam doesn't penetrate Ridley.
Charge Plasma also makes Crocomire literally free.
It does.
So you have Zora money now.
I do.
Are you gonna go check it? That's the question.
Not with all this Super Metroid I have to do.
You might find flippers here. And again, for those keeping track at home, the 2 rods that Raikou has are the speed booster blocks, so we know the speed booster will be somewhere before those 2 rods are needed. And outside of that, though, everything has so far been in logic. Because things like this wall jump and whatnot, these are considered logical because they're just wall jumps. They're not using any glitches.
Correct. Correct. The techniques that are considered in logic are shine sparks, midair morphs, infinite bomb jumps, and most wall jumps.
There's a couple of wall jumps that are not, such as the continuous wall jump we mentioned earlier to get into wreck ship. I believe the get-around wall jump to do worst room in the game with just high jump boots is also considered out of logic.
It is. You also cannot be expected to wall jump up to get to Gauntlet. The Gauntlet wall jumps aren't in logic either.
And those, I actually find those wall jumps are easier for me to do without high jump.
Well, they're a moot point until we find the Criteria 1 key.
True. You could also just find space jump, and then all of these wall jumps don't matter because you can just jump whatever you want.
That gravity suit is convenient for another reason, though. I can get to wreck ship a lot more easily now.
Yes. And that may be where the game wants you to go progression-wise, if there's nothing that opens up a whole lot in Zelda soon.
No, that doesn't surprise me.
Especially with this much health.
Top left of Bubble Mountain is actually in logic with high jump. That wall jump's not considered tight enough.
There is one jump that is considered in logic that is pretty tight. Although it is not a wall jump, it is a speed jump. I believe you know which one I'm referring to.
I do. So there's not a whole lot we can actually do here because we don't have any Meridia keys. But there are 3 items I can grab here, and one I can see. The one I can see is coming up, and this is Speed Booster locked, and it's nothing.
Hey, those 10 arrows might be very important because you can't buy arrows in Link to the Past. That bug net is excellent.
Yes, that bug net's nice to have.
You can kill Aga with it, and you can also catch fairies in a bottle, but killing Aga is clearly the more intended use.
We also don't have... Of note, we also don't have a ton of defense in... Come on, thank you. We don't have a ton of defense yet, so when we find a bottle, that'll help out significantly. Now, the only other items that we can check in Super Metroid, or at least in Meridia, are at Mama Turtle. Everything else is gated by some kind of Meridia key.
Also of note, a Criteria 1 key will give Raikou access to a bottle, which will allow him to start catching fairies.
Correct.
Very important.
Okay, that's nothing. Which is good, because the way I have to access that item is very awkward right now. Okay, so Meridia's pretty empty. As far as the ammo counts go, after they stop becoming relevant in the logic, I won't update them very often. So if the ammo counts on the tracker and on the screen are different, oh, that's why.
Make it the same when you go for the energy tank counts. Oh, look at you, going for a gravity jump.
I actually gravity jumped in the wrong place.
Well,
I need to gravity jump. I think over here.
Oh, I know what you're doing here. You're going for the red tower exit.
Correct. Oh, I bonked.
Bonk. Does that count as a bonk on the bonk counter?
Nope.
Should. These gravity jumps are not in logic. This is just a little bit more of a convenient way to get back to Red Tower than climbing all the way up.
Well, also for me to get to Red Tower, I would need to leave Meridia through the tube and then go all the way around Red Star. This is just way faster.
Yep. Plus, it drops you off right where the items are too.
Exactly. I love the Mount Everest exit to Red Tower. It's so underutilized by beginner and even intermediate players in this randomizer.
I find most of the time if I don't use it, it's because I'm doing all of Meridia anyway. And naturally, when you beat Dragon, if you're going to exit Meridia, usually you're going to exit via Green Pipe.
Come on,
which
Raiko. Come on, Raiko, don't get vile plumed.
Hey, Vile Plume needs friends too. So this is normally where you'd pick up your first power bombs, but instead there's just a bomb expansion in Red Rupees. But one of the things that definitely will influence whether or not you're going to use the Mount Everest exit is how you exit Meridia if you go all the way to Dragon. Because, again, you'll oftentimes end up going through the green pipe, which spits you out near the tube.
Does. Meyer Small. That's okay.
I mean, that... I actually don't mind seeing Meyer Smalls early because it lets you route left side immediately.
It does.
Which I find it a little bit more convenient.
So now we're gonna head to Wreck Ship, and at this point I would not be surprised if there was something for Zelda soon.
Wreck Ship is a very dangerous place if you don't have Varia Suit, and really not too bad if you do. And having gravity is just icing on the cake for a spiky death room.
And our logic to get in here, criteria boss, that gets us Bomb Chorizo.
It is also required to beat the game.
So that wall jump that I did, that's actually, believe it or not, that wall jump is the intended way to get here with these items.
I don't think that's an unreasonable wall jump to do, though, because
no, it's not.
You have enough room to set it up. Compared to doing the CWJ.
Oh, hey, super missiles! They exist!
Wait, I thought they were all going to be in Zelda, except for that one pack. Yeah. Also of note, if you have to come here via Forgotten Highway, the item that is at the post-spiky death room item, which is normally an energy tank, that will not spawn in until you've killed Phantom.
Correct. The only item...
However, that item will spawn.
Yes, the only item that's actually there is what we call spooky missiles, which is just a art piece.
You're not going to pick it up with your low defenses?
I have a few heart containers now, I should be okay. We also still don't have Merle.
Yeah, that doesn't exist. It's probably on Ridley. Alright,
first boss. Just like the speedrunners intended.
Now, there are a total of 13 bosses that you have to kill. 4 from Super Metroid, 7 from Link to the Past for the crystals, and then the 2 final bosses. However, you can be required to kill up to 16 main bosses and all the mini-bosses, depending on where items are.
So the strategy I'm going to be using for Phantoon involves intentionally raging him once.
I find I personally don't prefer to use this strategy if I don't have a great amount of energy.
Correct.
If I have this level of equipment, it's perfectly doable. But when you have 2 tanks and just Varia, I think the Doppler's a better way to go.
It depends. It depends on how skilled you are at the Doppler. Oh, I think I'm actually 1 short. I think I fired my last missile too soon.
It looked like he did too, because he disappeared pretty quick. He has what, 1,500 health?
2,500. So I'm gonna go for an extra cycle here, just to make sure that I don't leave him with 100 HP. It's very easy if you're not paying attention to leave Phantoon raged at 100 HP. I'm on the board!
On the board with a Phantoon kill. Wreck Ship is now open, except you don't have card queue 1, so you cannot go to the gravity suit area.
Correct. But I can still do a six. There's still a lot I can do.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to be short on items here.
There's 6 things.
Plus, I believe you also have access to... Well, you have access to Bomb Teresa now, and I think that's it for Metroid.
I believe you're correct.
You do have some access to some other stuff in Zelda, which is all slow and arduous.
If you're wondering why I didn't X-ray Phantoon, I don't have charge. If I had charge, then I could X-ray Phantoon.
And you cannot hit Phantoon with a normal beam shot. You have to have charge if you're going to hit Phantoon with a beam.
Correct.
That actually goes for all the bosses, except Spore Spawn.
I
think you can hit Spore Spawn without charge shots.
No, it's BT.
Really?
You have access to charge before Spore Spawn.
Right. I just didn't know if the devs thought, okay, well, because you have access to charge, we're going to assume you have charge. Vice, we're gonna guess if the player went up to Spore Spawn before they went to go get charge.
Well, the enemy, his spores, they do drop missiles, so you can just use regular missiles to kill Spore Spawn.
True. Or if you break into the super missiles early, you can just use super missiles on them to be redundant.
Alright, so we're going to be headed to Spiky Room of Death. That save was intentional. What I'm going to be doing with this is, if this item is nothing, I can reset to my save, and it's faster than backtracking.
Plus, if he didn't have all of the suits and like 8 tanks, actually I think it's 7 tanks, it would give him a failsafe if he took damage, because those spiky platforms deal 200 damage with no suits.
Correct. They're very dangerous. That is something I'm going to want to keep, though.
Well, look, now you can actually rescue the old man. That actually may end up being the Zelda progression.
That does add 1 logical check, two logical checks, right?
Because it also opens Dark Cross.
Yes, Dark Cross and only Dark Cross.
No, it also opens Old Man. Well, depending on where the key is, you might be able to get into the back 3 items, but more than likely those are glove blocked.
Correct. Plasma Beam is also really, really nice for this room.
So currently, the Dark World access through Meridia is both key blocked, Moon Pearl blocked, and Flippers blocked. Honestly, right now, his best bet for Dark World access is going to be to find a sword or a cape and do Aga 1. With the equipment he has.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Aga was the way it wanted you to go. Usually, if you find a lamp relatively early, that points towards Aga.
I once played a seed of this without keys, where the game was like, "Here, go do Aga," and then I found my non-Aga Dark World access immediately after. I'm like, okay. Now that's kind of important.
Yeah, that's a good thing to find. So now the Criteria 1 key isn't as important. Instead of gating 4 items, it will gate 2.
Mm-hmm. Plus, now you can start catching fairies in a bottle or put some potions in them for pod later.
That's right.
Assuming you don't find a bow.
Right, I can't check that item because I don't have the key for it.
But you can at least check these 2 items.
Yep. Gonna have to take the scenic route, though, unfortunately, because I don't have a good way up here.
And you could Shine Spark, but you don't have Speed Booster.
It's a little hard to Shine Spark without Speed Booster.
What? There's no Crystal Flash Spark you could do?
$100.
Well, I mean, if you can just jump to it, sure.
Oh boy, that's a red cane.
Well, that's part of your Turtle Rock access.
Okay, I was like, where's the actual way out of this maze again? Because you never go this way, otherwise.
Yeah, like, I've never actually taken that route out except on accident. And when I did, I was very upset. Because I'm like, no, I have to do Wreck Ship again.
So now we can fight Bomb Chorizo, and then I'm probably gonna head back to Zelda.
But you did get some items.
You know what I need to do? I need to go back to Norfair, actually. I forgot to check the items when I was down there.
Plus, now that you have the lamp, the old man is in logic, so you can open up that save point. And that is currently your only logical access to the mountain, which is an important piece of information.
It's my only access to the mountain, period.
Well, yes. Barring doing some weird clipping, which would be a little bit overkill.
Well, it's also against the rules.
Yep.
Alright, we'll see what we have on BT.
Nice super missile into the gray door.
Well, that gives me another reason to go to Norfair.
So now the Ice Rod and Crumble Tower checks are available. I don't believe Crumble Tower is in logic yet.
What's going to be the fastest way to get to Norfair? Probably Red Tower.
Yeah. Because you can just fall down the tower and not have to worry about it. Surprised going up around here is power bombing.
The game switches over to Link to the Past at four specific rooms in Super Metroid. You're gonna see one relatively soon because I'm gonna be going to Zelda soon.
Also, a fun fact about the door transitions: the one in Lower Norfair that was at the energy recharge. I believe in the older versions of the logic, and I don't think it was until 11.1.
11.1, yes.
That energy recharge station was taken out completely. It was added back in with a door put on the other side in 11.1.
Correct.
Which is really helpful if you're doing suitless runs. You know, the first time I played this room, somebody recommended turning my high jump boots off for that.
I used to do that too. A lot of casual players will actually turn high jump boots off for that.
I found... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I still can't get the X-ray.
I mean, yeah, you don't have the ability to get up to the top of it. Honestly, I found any more. There are some rooms where I'll turn Screw Attack off just to not accidentally destroy platforms.
Red Tower is one of those rooms where you'll see players turn Screw Attack off occasionally.
I'll also do it on the way to Mickey Mouse, actually. Because if I miss that jump, you fall through, and then you just have to do all of Beer Lava Hell 1 again. So, there are two types of lava, for what it's worth. There's the regular lava we've seen in Norfair, and then there's the acid. And I refer to the acid as beer lava because it looks like beer.
True. Alright, so now we're going to go to Zelda. All this madness that you're seeing is possible because of a joke in the community that the rando developer Total ran with, and it just so happened that this is possible. You can even do this on a Super Nintendo. like I'm doing right now. This is fully playable on original hardware.
It's really amazing how the two games just use completely different segments of the hardware's memory. Blueberries!
I'm not taking any chances with them cabbages.
Look, normally I like cabbage in my salads, but when the cabbage throws itself at me, that's a bit of a problem.
The colorful nicknames for things in these two games just goes on and on and on.
I think every single room in Super Metroid has a name.
Yes, it does. And that is correct, working player. You specifically need to play this on a Super Nintendo. You specifically need an SD to SNES.
Well, we have found the AGA 1 access. You just have to get a mirror to get it.
I'm gonna grab these super missiles and then save and quit and go to the castle. That seems like the logical thing to do.
Yeah, that's really not a bad idea here, given your options are, I think, that and Ice Beam.
No Bryn 2 key.
No, not Spore Spawn. Not Eticune's Ice Beam and Norfair.
Right. That also is not in logic because I don't have speed.
Yeah, but why does that stop you before?
Breaking logic in Keysanity can get really, really complicated.
Well, you shouldn't have either rod right now, so... Yes, both games actually have a worst room in the game, although I'm not entirely sure I agree with Link to the Past's worst room in the game.
Are you talking about Turtle Room?
Yeah.
I mean, Turtle Room is pretty bad if you don't have a good damage source. That's not like...
Well...
There's your glove! Now you have Death Mountain access. The other way!
That's been available since forever!
You remember that part where you had a decision to make of Super Metroid versus Escape?
It turns out the correct answer was to do both.
Yup.
That happens more often than you would expect in this game, where the correct answer to the decision is do both. Wonder if we're gonna get the Dream Double Meridian Sandpit required.
That glove conveniently gets us to the back of the Escape, which will let me save and quit out of the basement.
Also, fun fact about that glove is, if Morph Ball was not where it was, that would have been the Norfair axis.
Correct. Alright.
That is always going... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Alright, so now we'll do the back of Escape. I like to do this as soon as I get a glove.
And of note, that big key that you get off of that guard will always be the Hyrule Castle big key.
Correct.
It is only the keys you get in chests that are shuffled, not the ones under pots or off of enemies. Although that would be an interesting way to do it. But I feel like it'd be a pain to program.
I mean, standalone Link to the Past randomizer has pot shuffle.
And as it stands right now, I believe the only things you've broken out of logic... Well, now the Fire Rod and Ice Rod are in logic.
So then that means that the small key... Well, I would have to go back for... what do we have here? I know where to go. I know where to go. That speed booster gets us access to the rest of, That speed booster gets us access to the rest of, Dorfair.
In before Dark Ross. Forever alone. I believe standalone Link to the Past also has no logic, where it just assumes you can just do all of the things to break the game open and do whatever you want.
Yeah, no logic is a thing in Link to the Past.
Don't do it, unless you're very comfortable with just clipping into every dungeon.
Well, the answer is unless you're Andy.
I don't even do, like, hard logic in Super Metroid yet. So, doing hard logic in Link to the Past, which is the worst of my 2 games, is not happening.
I'm a little bit disappointed we won't get to Zap Crocomire, but it makes sense. It makes sense to go down here because there's also a key card that's probably Meridia.
In before it's Lower Norfair. And then you just go do Ridley.
I could.
You only have 15 supers and no charge, though. That would be a bit of a problem. Actually, could you kill Ridley with your current ammo?
I don't believe so.
But you could get to the Mired area, which you can't do anything in because you have no Pearl. You could get to GT, though. Well, out of logic, get to the GT.
So we have to kill Crocomire the regular way. Called insert missile into mouth.
Oh, I just called this tug of war. Backwards. The timing on Croc is, once you get used to it, it's not so bad. You just have to get used to it and watch for when he does his spitballs. Because they can block your missiles or super missiles if you're trying to hit him with those. And I believe he takes 1 step back on a missile and 3 steps on a super missile?
It's for every 100 damage.
Unless you use Charged Plasma, and then he just flashes and goes into the acid.
Correct. Because Plasma Beam penetrates Crocomire.
So we have found all the boots except for Pegasus boots. And who knows where theirs are going to be.
So there's a handful of things down here we can get. I would not be surprised if that key that's at Croc Escape is Meridia. That would explain quite a bit.
I'm going to go bold and say that...
Oh, yeah, that key's a little bit late.
Mm-hmm.
Although I guess it lets me get to Dark Cross a little bit faster.
Yeah. I could also see that key actually being the wreck ship one to get into the gravity area. You would think those blocks you can speed boost you through, but no, you have to morph that. The little bit of acid damage there doesn't do a whole lot.
Well, I'm probably going to be resetting this away anyway.
For now. For all we know, something good is here.
Never mind. That's a required item.
Not necessarily. Pod could be a pendant. But it's not worth resetting away on that gamble either way.
Nope.
Nice to have, but not required to keep.
And I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it anyway, just because it's a pod big key.
Right, but if that hadn't been a pod big key...
I'd probably reset that away if it wasn't the required item.
Yeah. Maps are nice, but they're not required, and depending on what information you get out of where, you can pretty easily figure out what dungeons are what anyway.
So what this key at the Crocomire escape is gonna probably determine where I go next.
Be amazing if it's Criteria 1 and you just end up going to Gauntlet.
That would indicate Gauntlet or Criteria Powerbomb.
Mm-hmm. Potentially both. Although, technically speaking, this doesn't have to open anything.
Okay, so it looks like it's pointing towards Gauntlet.
Because even though the game does tend to do a little bit of breadcrumbing, it also has a sense of humor.
It does. We've already had a sense of humor with this one, haven't we? With the rods.
But I would ask why you're going back this way. If it's faster to do this than it would be to do the double transition. Maybe it is.
Criteria Shaft.
Ah. That's fair.
I don't
want
to forget about Criteria Shaft.
And it is relatively annoying to route in.
Oh, you know what else this gets me?
Doesn't get you X-ray.
Waterway.
Oh, yeah.
You know how easy it is to forget about Waterway?
Very. Especially if you get speed late or gravity late.
Is there a Super Metroid map percent run? Yes. 100% map completion is a category.
Amphitheater is kind of tough to do, as is getting all of the squares in Meridia. Although I imagine you just do that after you get space.
So we'll go down to Waterway, up Criteria Shaft. Oh, I have to. To get back to Waterway, I have to do a gate glitch.
Yep. Logically, the game wants you to go all the way back around.
Yeah, no.
But if you... I want to say it's pixel perfect. There's a jump you can do where you get enough velocity on your weapon shot to hit the other side of the switch and open it.
There we go. It's really inconsistent.
You can also do that with the green super missile gates. That just costs a bit of ammo to do, and you have to watch your ammo count if you're going to do that. Especially if you're trying to do it in Lower Norfair to get to Golden Chorizo. Because Golden Chorizo does not like to be hit by much besides Charge Beam.
Nope. Oh, good thing I did that, huh?
Yeah, so now Zora is definitely on logic. Although he wasn't logic from the moment you got Glove.
Flippers at Waterway. Okay, game.
Look, at least it's in a watery area, so it's fine.
No, just Waterway in general is just annoying to have to go back for.
Yeah, but if you're doing it with weight, honestly, I don't mind it so much if you have other reasons to come back here, such as like Wave Gate or in Key's Spore Spawn.
I didn't have another reason to come back here, though, is the thing.
Yeah, but you're also right next to the door. Like, if you're gonna go to Retro Brinstar anyway, you're right there. So it's not that bad to do now versus doing it later.
If this was a race, I would feel really good about that find.
That's one thing that Raiko has been, I would say is one of his stronger points is his routing. He tends to have a sense of how to route things out.
And that's one thing people underestimate in races where like execution is a factor also. Routing is equally, if not more important than execution in this randomizer.
To answer the question in chat, yes, they can only be done on a gate where the button is on the left. There is exactly one gate that you can do it with the button on the right, and that is the wave gate. But again, that is right now blocked by Brinstar 2.
Correct.
If Raiko had Brinstar 2, I imagine he would have gone ahead and done that.
Yes. I'm gonna get all these Boyons out of here first.
If this is Brinstar 2, though.
Not quite.
This is a relatively tight Shine Spark to get without ice. With ice, you can freeze all of the enemies and then just go for it. Bonk. Oh, hey. Now you can go back to Meridia.
Yeah. So Waterway and Criteria Shaft had something. Cool seed. Cool seed.
I'm feeling much better about the possibility of double sandpit required.
I'm doing
the question is, do you just get the front item of Gauntlet and then leave, or do you go for that bottle?
I'm not gonna get the bottle. That check also the Criteria 1 key also opens Criteria Powerbomb.
We are an hour 10 in, and still don't have access to any bosses in Super Metroid besides Phantoon, which is already dead.
That's actually typical. You usually don't get your first boss kill in Keysanity until about an hour.
In non-Keysanity, you get it a little bit quicker because right now you'd be able to kill Kraid, Phantoon, and I think you can get the Dragon with your current loadout. If keys are not a factor.
Correct. We're just missing keys.
Space jump would be helpful for a couple of items later, such as plasma, but you need to be able to get there first. Welcome to Gauntlet.
Oh, Gauntlet with this loadout is cozy.
Surprisingly, this room is not superheated, even though, based on the background, you might think it would be. Also of note, if you are having trouble with this room because of the Yapping Maws, you can, unlike Desert Big, you can kill the Yapping Maws with the Super Missile.
So I can full clear Desert, except I can't get into Desert.
All you need is a mirror to fix that.
Yeah, a mirror or a... Well, no, a mirror won't get me in there. I just need book.
Mirror will get you in there out of logic.
Oh yeah, it would, but I'm not going down there for Desert.
Not yet.
Not right now.
You get a mirror. If you get a mirror in Meridia.
Yeah, Meridia is where I'm headed next.
I imagine you would not turn down a charge move if it showed up.
Oh no. Oh no,
Nor
not at all. I think at this point the only beam I would turn down is probably Spazer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be faster this way to transition. And just transition, save and quit, and then go to Business Center.
Honestly, I found a wave beam is it's not necessarily convenient in terms of opening up stuff because there's only a couple places where wave beam really saves time over power bombs. It is, however, very safe.
I can do the full gauntlet. There's just nothing back there. There's a bottle. Yeah, there's just a bottle that I don't care for.
Yeah, one bottle is usually enough. Two is pretty safe. Knowing my level of comfort with A Link to the Past, I probably would have gone for it, but that is, along with the routing, something that does matter is your level of comfort and execution.
Okay, so now I'm gonna head over to Meridia.
Yeah, if
Meridia has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 items. There's 9.
that's a pretty good number.
Yeah, 9. 9 is a good number of items.
But I think that is something along with the routing that you probably want to keep in mind is what level are you comfortable executing at?
Yes.
Like if you're not oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's really important, is to know what you can execute and route around it.
And if, like, in this case, Raiko skipped the bottle because he is able to he's comfortable in the Super Metroid execution, or Super Metroid, in his Link to the Past execution to not need the extra bottle. If you're not as comfortable with it, you may find, yeah, that extra bottle's worth the amount of time I'm going to go get it, because then it'll keep me from dying in a couple of key places.
Because that bottle doesn't actually take that much time.
Yeah, it's routing, comfort level, and knowledge of where the items are go a long way. What you're seeing Raiko do here is a series of gravity jumps. The physics in this game are kind of weird, so if you start a jump with the gravity suit on, and then pause, take the gravity suit off, like right as you're leaving, and then continue to jump, you'll just get this extremely high jump that can take you all the way up Meridia, as you saw there. And now you don't need to do it again.
Well, now that lower Norfair stuff is all in logic.
Oh boy. Like, Moon Pearl and Checkerboard Cave is suddenly becoming a little bit more likely.
I mean, Moon Pearl could also be a Mickey Mouse too. There's a bunch of really silly possibilities now. Okay. Well, that's gonna take me away from Lower Norfair.
This is all assuming you don't get Lower Norfair 1 somewhere.
I don't need Lower Norfair 1 to get to Mickey Mouse.
You do? No, what I'm saying is if you get Lower Norfair 1, that opens up things like Moon Pearl and Ridley.
Yeah, that's right. We do still need that.
And Moon Pearl on Ridley is... It's probably one of the worst spots for it, just because you can be forced to go there early.
It's pretty
if the logic works out.
It's pretty yucky.
I think the lowest I've seen, or the lowest I've experienced is 4 Tank Ridley, with just Varia to get Moon Pearl.
So we're going to be saving here to check sandpits. I wouldn't be surprised if this was empty.
And this is one of those cases where you can route Meridia a little bit differently and come back via sandpits instead of via green pipe if there's something important at a sandpit. Oh, hey, our favorite room's open.
It is, isn't it?
The question is, do you do it now or do you do it on the way out?
Well, I'm gonna check the left sandpit first.
It seems reasonable. That grapple beam opens up one check, and that is Shack Tool.
Yep, and we're gonna be headed there after I check the left sandpit.
Do we get the dream of double sandpit required?
Please no.
Well, it can't be bow hammer combo, but it could be 2 keycards. Also, this morph ball wall jump, midair jump thing here is pretty tricky to do. Thankfully, it's nothing. We don't actually have the Meridia boss key. Dragon is not available.
We also don't have the Meridia 2 key, which at this point would be required.
Yep.
The Meridia 2 key gates 1 check, but it can also be the way to get to Dragon if you don't have access through Zelda.
And because the Meridia 2 key is a thing, it's very possible that it can also be blocking the Moon Pro right now.
Alright, sandpits are both garbage.
That's a good sign. So we are about to see everyone's favorite little new check tool.
And I also have to remember that I'm not going to be resetting at Shack Tool.
Really?
Because I need to go to Norfair anyway.
Right, because I... Wait, are all the rest of the items blocked by Meridia too?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's no items next before Botwoon. I forgot about that.
Yes, the item after Botwoon is gated by Meridia 2.
Okay.
That item's actually gated by Meridia 2 on both sides.
They really want you to have Meridia 2 to get that item. Which is kind of interesting.
The only other thing that Meridia 2 can be required for is access to Dragon.
I guess... Well, couldn't it also be required for access to this portion of Meridia if you don't have Meridia 1 and you have Wave?
Right. That is also... I guess that's also possible.
It's not likely, but I can't think of why that wouldn't be a thing.
See what's back here. That's gonna stay right where it is.
Look, Shack Tools is just trying to say he loves you, alright?
I'm gonna turn high jump off.
You could also just turn gravity off. I think that also will get you out there.
It would, yeah. You can do that with high jump, it's just difficult.
And answer the question in chat, yes, this is now publicly available.
Yes, this is public. At the end of the run, I will send a link to staff so that they can get that posted for you.
So this is kind of how the mid-game of this works is, you have some items, you have a bunch of stuff to check, you're just waiting to get that next piece of progression that'll open up a little bit more. We still don't have any boss access, which, it's keys, it's not too surprising, and even if it wasn't keys, this item loadout just doesn't give Raiko any good boss access right now. Lack of Pearl is probably the biggest thing that he's missing.
Yep, I'm a little surprised it hasn't shown up yet.
Especially given you have Dark World access now, once you get it.
At this point, the thing that makes the most sense to do is go to the mountain, because there's a lot we can do there.
Yeah. Believe it's 8 checks?
Oh,
No.
9, 10.
Plus the 2 in Hera.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It's
Okay.
8 in the overworld plus Hera.
Depending on what you get here, that may open up even more.
But this
on
is
the mountain.
This is by far the most dense location that we have left.
And generally speaking, it's a good idea to come here relatively quick anyway, unless you have a compelling reason not to. Like, you have access to 3 high-density crystal dungeons.
These are so quick, and there's just so many items here.
Mhm.
So let's see what we wind up with.
That's one thing that is generally true about Link to the Past, is its items are a little bit more densely packed than Super Metroid is.
What makes up for it is that Super Metroid movement is generally a lot faster.
Mhm. Especially when you don't have a flute for Link to the Past.
I'll take those.
Yeah. These are non-progressive bows, so the bow and silver arrows are their own items.
Oh, that was pretty
And
loaded.
ammo is now relevant.
That was pretty loaded, actually.
Yeah, that was a good paradox. The reason it's called Paradox Cave is you enter the bottom to go to the mid-floor, and then you enter on the mid-floor to go to the bottom.
Yeah,
But yeah, having the charge beam makes it where ammo is not going to be a factor, and you have microwave now for Bot Wound and Dragon.
I do.
I believe super missiles are still the fastest way to kill Ridley because he takes extra damage from them.
Correct. Oh, I need to see what's on the Dead Rocks, please. What is on there? Okay, that's not something important.
Yeah, at this point.
I'm gonna go to Hera first.
I think without charge, you probably would have made a little bit more of an effort to go pick that up.
Well, I can't get that right now anyway because it's mids-locked.
And mirror locked. But, yeah, charge just makes Super Metroid bosses a non-issue.
Oh, you're not the only one. I don't like progressive bows either.
I don't mind progressive... I honestly don't mind the progressive bows. Well...
We can't do much in Hera. Not without some kind of Hera key.
I think the game is giving you a hint.
It could also be Zora. I haven't been to Zora area yet.
Yeah.
That actually is a good idea, I think.
I still like the idea of Spiral Cave here because you're here already. When are you gonna come back?
That's why I did Tower of Hera first, because otherwise I would have to climb the mountain again. And one thing that's very important in your routing is minimizing the number of times that you climb the mountain.
Climbing Death Mountain is slow. There are no hints in SMZ3. Not in keys, not in the regular, there's just no hints.
For whatever reason, Total just doesn't like the hint system in Link to the Past. We've been begging him for a while, but it's his project, he can do what he wants with it.
Yep.
But we've been begging him for a while to at least add hints for the Keysanity mode. Because I think they're needed.
I would not... I could understand not in the normal because, you know, where your keys are and whatnot. But Keysanity, there's an argument to be made because there's just a lot more weird stuff that you can access with weird things. At least to me, there's a lot more weirdness in Keysanity, especially when you consider the Super Metroid keys. Also, I'm amazed the jetpack works underwater so well. What does our favorite dude under the bridge have? Yeah, okay. Well, that's vanilla.
That is vanilla. Total.
Look, it's one item out of 316, okay?
Is this even randomized, Kappa? Alright, so let's go do our Zora. I'm gonna go do our Zora area checks. Where's this Merle at? I'm a little surprised this Merle hasn't been shown up.
You know, probably somewhere really stupid.
The Super Metroid Samus sprite for the Zelda side is actually relatively new.
Well, there's your Aga access.
And we do have one Aga Tower key.
Yep.
So I don't...
If the second Aga Tower key is here, that'd be amazing.
I don't think going there is a terrible idea.
It would put you in... It is 2 checks you can get right now with the 1 key.
I should do Dark Cross before I forget about it, too.
Yeah. That's one thing that I generally try to avoid is having loose squares because they become easy to forget. Alright, what does King Ripoff have?
That's not terrible.
Look, you paid 100 rupees per super missile. I think you're getting a good deal here.
So I think I'm just going to try to take as much damage as possible on the way to Dark Cross.
Oh yeah, the Death Warp does put you at the entrance to the castle, not the entrance to the dark portion, doesn't it?
Correct. I mean, considering how low we are, just considering how low we are on supplies in general, I'm fine with Zora selling super missiles.
Yeah, this is kind of weird in that normally the game is pretty decent about giving you super missiles relatively early. So this is kind of a low super missile seed. It's also a relatively low power bomb seed, but that kind of is relevant, but not really.
It's like, I would like to go back to the beginning of the dungeon, please.
Your request for going back to the beginning has been denied. Just go back to Sanctuary and save quit.
That doesn't help me get to Aga Tower, though.
It's a very long way to help you get to Aga Tower. If that had been Sankheart.
Also, one way that people keep forgetting is a good way to deal with the ball and chain cards.
Yeah, if you have it. Well, we know where all the bottles are. And now that fourth bottle is like basically zero value.
Wow. Wow.
Aga Tower Moon Pearl. So now it is time for Raikou to go do all of Dark World.
Oh, great
Pretty much.
seed. Great seed. I was this close to bombosing that chest.
I mean, that would have been a decent use of magic, though. And you do have 3 dungeons you can now complete?
No Skullwood's big. Or I don't need Skullwood's big. Yeah, I can finish, Oh, I don't have mirror. I should do my bottle check now.
I was gonna say, I thought... Wasn't one of the big keys you got Skull?
I can check.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have the... Well, the Skullwood's big key doesn't matter because you don't need it to get to the boss, but...
It does let you full clear the dungeon in one fell swoop.
Right.
Which is actually kind of nice, because Skullwoods is a little out of the way. Just a little love.
I mean, it's another thing checked off the list.
And it doesn't become a haunting loose square later when you're like, oh crap, I'm missing one item, where is it?
And then you don't check Sit Kid because you don't check Sit Kid because you want to wait until you have mirror and he has mirror.
Oh, well, that's like, yeah, I don't want to go check Catfish because I want to route it with Zora with mirror and Catfish has mirror.
I think we've all been there.
Yep. Some would argue it's a rite of passage and you end up last locationing the thing you had access to early because you just wanted to route it in more efficiently.
Okay.
Something you can do that's actually pretty important in Keysanity is if you go to where you can buy the big bomb, the guy there will tell you which crystals are 5 and 6.
Correct.
This is actually kind of a rough loadout to have going into Moth.
A little bit.
He'll be fine, though.
No half magic is a little annoying, though.
Yeah, I was thinking more the 6 hearts. Also, the hammer's hitbox is weird, and arguably doesn't work.
The size
Okay,
of
Samus?
the size of the hammer hitbox actually depends on which direction you're facing.
I would like to point out that Samus is holding the shield with the arm cannon.
A little bit.
Like, you have an arm cannon, and you're like, no, I'm just gonna hold the shield with that instead of my free hand. Now, the reason you're not seeing Raikou check the chest that's known as Pinball Chest is that chest will always have a key.
It will always have a key to this dungeon in SMZ3 Keysanity only. That guarantee is still there.
Right. If you go to the standalone Link to the Past randomizer, it is not guaranteed to have a key. Unless that was taken out again.
They've flip-flopped on that a lot.
It's why if you see somebody that runs a lot of standalone Link to the Past Keysanity, they will often do what Raikou did and go through the door instead of falling down, because then you don't have to worry about getting soft locked and have to save quit out of Skullwoods.
I think I have Samaria too, so this should be nice and simple.
There's a lot of things that Samaria makes easier because you're not supposed to have it this early. See the entirety of Ice Palace.
Oh yes, having Kane of Samaria makes Ice Palace. Oh, that's nice. That'll let me take an extra hit.
Yeah. And because you have Blue Mail Mothula and the spikes will do the same amount of damage. That key allows Raikou to skip killing a Gibdo in the back of Skullwoods, which will save him either 4 hammer hits or a Fire Rod shot. And magic is going to be at a premium for this fight.
Considering I also need to just use tons and tons of magic for...
You could lamp 3 of them, and if you really wanted to get frisky, bomb jump the 4th one. Yes, it is possible in either Entrance Rando, or if you really don't feel like spending the magic, you can bomb jump to the 4th torch in the torch room coming up and light it with a lamp. It's just a matter of do you value magic or health more, because it's going to cost you 2 hearts to do. This Gibdo room's a little tough to do if you don't want to spend the magic on either Fire Rod or Bombos to get rid of them. Because the Gibdos have a ton of HP.
They do. They have 16?
They act like, of all the enemies in this game, the Gibdos got extremely buffed compared to their Z1 representation, where they have 7.
7 is still a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, your highest damage sword is like 4, so it only takes 2 hits to kill him with a magical sword in that. Here, you need to get up to Gold Sword. Welcome to everyone's favorite fight, and also Mega Man's Hell.
Hey, Mothula, can you get out of the corner, please?
So this boss fight is technically not bugged. It actually works the way it's intended. It's just weird. So Mothula is immune to damage from the spikes. So if you knock Mothula into a spike, the spike damage overrides whatever damage you would have dealt to Mothula, and Mothula will take no damage from that hit. Also, nice red pendant.
That is a nice red pendant, isn't it?
Yes. So shiny. 1/3 of the way to the bed.
But that's another thing out of the way.
And it's not like Skullwoods is not a bad dungeon to do, because even though it seems very spread out, it's actually pretty dense as far as getting all the items are concerned.
It's not a large dungeon.
No. Probably the worst dungeon to have to full clear is actually Mire.
Oh, Mire and Keys is horrible.
It's why I always like to have at least one Mire key, so that... Honestly, I think left side first Mire, if you're going to full clear it, is the best way to go.
It is. You just can't do that in the regular mode because of keys. Right, nothing there.
And as is being pointed out in chat, in the vanilla game, you cannot hit Mothil with the gold sword because it does the same damage as the spikes. That is fixed in the randomizers, where you can hit it with regular strikes with the gold sword, but not spin attacks. You could also just use Fire Rod, because Fire Rod does damage it, I believe, a little bit more than Tempered Sword.
I believe so. I was mostly trying to conserve my Fire Rod shots in case Mothila was misbehaving and just staying in the corner the entire time. Nice scam you're running, by the way.
And that is important, because Fire Rod will get Mothil out of the corner. Which, if Mothil's in the corner, you can't really hit her much, because he's just going to say, nope, I'm running into the spikes.
Now, I can't actually finish this dungeon because I don't have the big key, but there are 4 relatively quick items in here that I want to grab.
And even in non-keys, a lot of people will, if Thieves Town is a pendant, just grab the first 4 items anyway, because of how quick they are. That's not the screw attack.
That is not the screw attack.
It looks like the screw attack. But that gives a 2/3 chance of being able to get into Mire and Turtle Rock individually. I don't think the probabilities stack for those two.
Nope.
And just some blueberries. But you turn into the morph ball with the bunny beam?
Yep.
I've not seen this before.
This sprite is relatively new, though.
Ah, that would explain it. Because in the past, you'd usually run with a Mega Man sprite.
The Mega Man sprite on the Super Metroid side is pretty cool. There's a lot of really good sprite work done on the Super Metroid side.
One sprite that I've thought of using is the Sprite Can. Yes, there is a sprite that is literally a can of Sprite. But the problem is I'm not quite at the... I'm almost at the point of doing all the Link to the Past stuff based on the shadow and not based on the physical sprite itself. It's just bomb jumps are a little tricky.
So now we have the big Dark World loop. A lot of stuff over here still.
Hype Cave is open, and that is that's like a mini Moldarm Cave, a very quick 5 checks.
There's a fair amount of pod that's open because we do have a couple of pod smalls.
Plus, if you do acquire a potion, you can get to that right side if you really want.
Nopo.
Right, but you can do it with the potion glitch, I believe.
Right.
It would be out of logic.
Right, I just need to scroll them all off screen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I bought a potion, though.
You did not. But there's also enough of pod available in Logic that it's probably worthwhile anyway. Given you have 2 pod smalls?
Yeah, I have 2 pod smalls.
Yeah, that's enough to do some stuff. At least do some damage. You will have to go through the front door, though, so that will eat up a key.
It will.
So, logically speaking, if you have bow and hammer,
Okay, that
you
changes
only
things.
need... Oh, well, yeah. Yay, bits. Now you can do Dark Death Mountain, among other stuff.
That'll definitely pull me away from Pod.
Yeah, and reasonably so. But with Pod, you only need 5 keys to beat it if you have bow and hammer, because you can skip the front door completely. 6 is required if you do go through the front door, and if you can do the hammer jump, you only need 4 to full clear it.
Yeah, Hammer Jump is really useful in Keysanity.
In non-keys, bow is actually a bit more important because the odds of there being 2 keys on right side are pretty high. And I think it's pretty much guaranteed there has to be 1 key on right side Pod in non-keys. So now you don't need power bombs to jump with the more.
Right, I don't have mirror. Missing so much travel right now.
Not having mirror and flute and boots.
We could also kill Dragon now, because we have access to it.
Yes.
Oh wait, no, we don't have the Dragon Key, but we can get to Precious Missile.
Yeah, just go all that way for Precious Missile. Totally a good idea.
Watch it have something, too.
And before it has Meridia Boss. Although I am amazed. We are less than 2 hours in, and we've seen high jump boots. Normally, those are not seen at all in a seed, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, I'm very happy to have high jump and space jump. So Super Metroid in general is pretty cozy.
Yeah. The only thing that you could probably maybe want at this point is ice.
I don't have
Maybe wave?
I don't have wave.
Yeah, but what does wave really block? Besides just making a lot of the charge bosses quicker because you get more damage. What's amazing is you don't have crate access yet.
That's not that uncommon. I think the last keys that I did, my go mode was, I think, the crate key.
I know that the Criteria boss key can be in GT, but can any of the other Super Metroid keys be there as well?
No. The boss keys, no. Some of the other keys can be. Meridia 2 can be. Criteria 2 can. I think anything that guards strictly items can be.
Okay.
But the only required item that can be, the only required Super Metroid item that can be in GT is Criteria boss. So
you see, I'm weird, and I'm the guy that's like, yeah, let's just have an option to have open GT and just let required items be in there. But I'm weird in that I like open GT. Because elsewise, GT to me feels a little bit arbitrary being on 7 crystals, because like, okay, well, there's nothing in here but the big key, and if it's keys, I can just go straight up.
I actually have to leave that there, because I can't take that chest in with me.
Yep, the chest will ask you to take it somewhere nice if you try to walk into a cave with it.
Another TR small.
Yay, Turtle Rock.
Well, that answers that. Now this actually gets awkward.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple things that Raikou can do now. With that bow, a lot of pod opens up. Eastern opens up.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually save quit. I'm gonna save quit, turn in this chest, then I'm gonna go finish Eastern. And then I can leave Eastern and go do Pod Catfish.
And I think that's the better way to do it when you don't have a mirror, because you can't just mirror out of Pod to get to Eastern.
There's also another thing that's very annoying is no flute.
Well, there is something else you have in Logic. Sort of. Technically, it's not in Logic, but you could theoretically do it. And that is Ice.
That's not a bad find. I'm okay with that.
I don't think anyone's going to complain about a half magic.
No, not at all.
You may have wanted that a smidge earlier, mind you.
But you won't say no to it now.
Oh no. So then I can clean up this loop, and then... When do I go to Darky Stuff Mountain is the question.
Bosses are actually kind of, generally in keys, bosses tend to be later than not because you have to get the keys to get into them. And even in SMZ3 in general, it's... outside of, like, Kraid, it's kind of rare to have early bosses. And the only reason I say Kraid for regular SMZ3 is because you only need Morph and Bombs and Super Missiles to get to him.
So we'll go ahead and finish Eastern Palace off and then go to Pod.
Now the question will be, is this a pendant or a crystal? Because if this is a pendant, then Ped suddenly becomes a possibility.
I hope not.
Ice is not in Logic because he doesn't have the big key, nor does he have any small keys, and the game does not assume you're going to do the bomb jump or the icebreaker to get in.
Correct.
So
currently, the only Link to the Past logic there is no glitches.
Now, Franco gets a big key, and I believe one small that will logically allow him to get to the boss. But two smalls, 100%, will allow him to do Ice Palace fully in Logic. And at that point, Ped may be in Logic depending on where that last pendant is. Also of note is that even though Pod is generally pretty good to go to in standalone Link to the Past or SMZ3 without keys, with keys it has 14 items. So while it does require a lot of small keys to be able to full clear, it's generally one of the heaviest item spots along with Swamp.
Oh, and having silvers is so nice. Remember what we were saying about the damage from swords? About Master Sword doing 2 damage and Gold Sword doing 8 damage? Silver arrows do 100 damage.
Oh my goodness, look at that item.
Oh hey, the feed's big. I can go finish it now.
Yep. We'll find out in a second here if this is the other of the 5-6, because if it is, that actually becomes a little bit logically significant.
It is.
Ooh. Yeah, it looks like the turntables are turning. And yes, getting the maps is what makes the crystals and pendants visible on the map. Elsewise, your map just gives you a map.
Looks like the other pendant is desert.
So desert, which means Maya and Turtle Rock are going to be crystals by process of elimination.
Correct. I should actually mark that.
So those are contrary to popular belief, just because you got the rods early does not make Turtle Rock a pendant. So there's a couple things that Raiko would like to see. Flute, boots, mirror, swords, book.
Especially
Maybe
mirror.
the book.
I think
And copious
I think the biggest thing we're missing at this point is probably mirror.
Yeah. Powder would probably be a nice to have, but isn't required. And keys.
Oh no, I'm not overly concerned. Of course, keys.
Yeah, like the ZT Big Key, which can be literally everywhere, except for like 4 chests.
Compasses do not exist in SMZ3 Keysanity. They have been removed to make room for the Super Metroid keys.
But you are correct in the standalone link to the past that getting the compasses will tell you how many items you've collected out of the dungeon. Well, there's the Meyer map, so you can see which crystal that is. Now, routing pod without mirror is...
It's hard.
I mean, routing pod in general is hard.
But especially without mirror.
I am the type of person that if I'm not playing keys, if I don't have a mirror, I will just YOLO the front door and pray that there is a key in that first chest in the front door. Generally, I know it's a bad idea to do that, but I am willing to take that risk, given that I don't have a mirror and it's going to be a pain to get back anyway. Also, not having boots makes it a little awkward, too. So, yes, it has a lot of items, but it's kind of spread out. In that you have to go to you have to go through multiple different wings to get all the items. And Mirror lets you go back to the entrance, which gets you a lot of transport. Oh, hey, another pod small. That's like, well, best item in the game acquired. Let's go.
So I think at this point, I'm going to go to the more dense areas first. Oh, you have to hit the button first. You dummy.
I think that's the right play here, is to go to the back of pod with the 3 keys. Because you do have the big keys, so that's 3 chests from Dark Maze, 2 chests from Dark Basement, 1 chest from Harmless Hellway.
Like, there's a lot.
And theoretically, you have enough keys to go to the boss. If you really wanted to. Because I think it's only 2 keys to get... No, it's 3 keys if you do Harmless Hellway.
I just think
you will need another...
I just think it's a better idea to just full clear the back.
Yeah. This is where Hammer Yump would come in handy.
Not as much as you think, though, because we don't have mirror.
Well, it would come in handy if you were going to do the back... If you were going to do those chests last, after you did Harmless Hellway, then you would have a key to go to the boss. You would just have to Death Warp out of Dark Maze.
Right.
Though so far, pod is pretty barren besides that shovel.
Yeah, I'll just come back to the boss later.
That seems reasonable. Like, logically, the game's not expecting you to go to the boss anyway.
Because logically,
logically
you need all the keys.
I thought logically you only need... Well, yeah. Somehow I thought logically you only needed 5. But, to answer the question, yes, you do need to kill both Mother Brain and Ganon for the endgame. Elsewise, the seed is like, yep, go do the other. And I will ask you this, do you prefer to do Mother Brain last or Ganon last?
I prefer to beat Super Metroid second. Because in Ganon's Tower, you can oftentimes find things that will help you with that fight. Alright, so... Pod was kind of... not good.
It'll be good if the shovel leads to something, but elsewise, just a whole lot of nothing burgers. I also had heard at some point that I think there was this glitch that could happen if you beat Super Metroid first.
That was in a very early version. I want to say that was maybe version 7 or 8.
Okay. Because ever since then, I've always been doing Super Metroid second and Link to the Past first. Not even factoring the get stuff in GT to help make Super Metroid easier. Although...
The biggest argument for doing Link to the Past first is if you wind up in ammo mode. Ammo mode being where you have everything to access all of the bosses, but you can't beat Mother Brain because you don't have enough ammo.
I also believe Ice Beam can be in GT.
Yes.
Because it's strictly not required to beat Turian because you can powerbomb the Metroids.
This was actually a routing mistake coming here first.
On what grounds? I'm actually curious why this would be a routing mistake.
I could finish Thieves Town.
Yeah, I could see it. But you can also get Catfish done now, so when you do Thieves Town, it's just do Thieves Town and then jump over. And if Catfish has something important like a mirror, then you can not swamp in on the way.
I mean, I still think that it was a routing mistake to go check Pyramid Lead. It's a minor thing, but little things add up, believe me.
You mean like skipping Pod that you think is barren? But it has 2 things in it? Yeah, like... But that's the weird thing about... To me, that's the weird thing about SMZ3 is because there's so... Like, especially the Link to the Past side, because there's so many routing decisions you can make. It seems, to me, easier than not to accidentally make a mistake thinking, oh, well, this seems like a fine play to make.
I'm just saying based on the information that we have.
Right.
That I think
if you didn't know that the... If you don't know that Thieves Town is the other of the 5-6, then this is fine to do. I would think.
Okay, that's not terrible.
Well, now you don't have to powerbomb the Metroids.
Nope.
And it also gives you extra damage on your charge shots. I believe it's an extra 100?
It's... I think with the setup I have, it's 150, I want to say. Because I believe Charge Ice Plasma is 600. I don't have the damage tables memorized, but I want to say it's 600.
If Silver Arrows worked on Mother Brain, do you think they would be better than any of Samus's weaponry?
Probably.
So what's interesting is you've opted to go for East Death Mountain here.
I'm doing the Dark East Death Mountain checks in Spike Cave now.
And well, you also potentially could get into Turtle Rock if you have the right medallion. We'll find out in about a minute or so, maybe less, probably less.
I can do quite a bit of it because I have Turtle Rock. I have a couple of Turtle Rock smalls.
And you have the Turtle Rock big. So if you can get to the big
Nope.
chest... Well, never mind.
Bop, bop.
Looks like you need to summon an earthquake. Go get TM28, I think it is.
26, I think. I think in Gen 1 it's 26.
Yeah, just go grab TM26.
28 is actually another ground type move, believe it or not. 28 is dig. So you were close.
Just make sure you replace Tail Whip with it, and not Tackle. Oh, there's 3 Turtle Rock Smalls. And this is where the Turtle Rock Keylock starts to come into play, because with 3 Turtle Rock Smalls, if you skip the lava chest, you can get all but 1 item, which is that lava chest.
If I find Quake, I'll probably just do that.
That's why the 4th Turtle Rock Small is a little bit less impactful than the first 3, because you can get the Trinex with 3.
Alright. So Death Mountain East was kind of... Well, Death Mountain East was a blank. But I do have Spike Cave I can do.
And it got you the information that you are going to need Quake to beat the game, which is not necessarily insignificant.
Oh, no. No, that's one of the reasons I came here, was to get Medallion Intel.
Now, there is also a chance you can't get into Mire, but your only access to Mire right now is through Lower Norfair.
I'm not going to be checking Mire for a while.
Yeah. So Spike Cave logically requires an invincibility item and a way to extend your magic meter, whether that's half magic or a bottle so you can have green potion.
Not quite. You can be expected to do Spike Cave with just access and Cane of Burna. It's Cape that requires half magic, because Cape drains your magic faster than Burna does. I found that out. The hard way.
Oh, interesting. I did not know
where
that.
Cape without half magic, where Cane without half magic and access to Spike Cave was progression.
Interesting. I have learned something today, and it's only 11:25 a.m. That's one of the things that I like about randomizers in general, is you end up learning a lot of stuff about them just constantly. Like, there are just certain things that you never thought you could do, and you can just do them.
Actually, those of you asking about Z1M1, there is a, as of the current version, there is a ROM-based solution to linking the two games. You don't need to play on. You don't need to do it on emulator anymore.
That's
Yeah, you can actually do it on a flash cart now.
I imagine it's still pretty intensive on the NES's hardware. But yeah, that's actually kind of cool. See, my problem with Z1M1 would be I'd want to play Metroid 1 with the controller and Zelda 1 with the keyboard, and switching between the two controllers constantly would just get annoying. So this is Thieves Town, the back half. This portion's a little bit less dense than the first 4 chests, but because Raikou has the small key and the hammer, he can check the big chest here, so it's not like he's going to leave anything behind. And you end up checking pretty much all of the chests on the way to completing the dungeon anyway. So it's not like it's... The only chest that's actually out of the way is the big chest.
And considering that it's probably the single worst check in the game to isolate...
It's why if you've ever watched Standalone Link to the Past or any of these where the runners have access to this dungeon but don't have the hammer, they will often opt to leave this for later if they can, just to not leave that check behind.
Because that standalone check takes a good 3 minutes, I think. It's a lot of time.
Also, fun fact, if you don't open that bomb floor by just forgetting it, and you go all the way in the blind room, you actually have to death warp to get back up there. Which means you have to do the whole dungeon again.
I think we've all done that before. I think every LTTPR player has done that before.
I did that in the last SMZ3, I did. There's a lot of things that everybody will do at least once and then never do again.
That is absolutely one of them.
So let's see what the big chest has here.
Something I don't need.
Eh, this is better than a red ruby.
Oh, hey,
Let's see what the maiden has.
That's a pretty good item.
That is going to make Lower Norfair pretty much completely free.
Oh yeah, we'll have the full loadout, so it should be nice and chill. We still don't have the Lower Norfair 1 key, which we have the Ridley key, but that doesn't do us any good without the Lower Norfair door key.
And because there's no way to get to Ridley without the Lower Norfair door key, it's just a non-option. The best thing the best thing Raiko could get out of it right now is maybe Meyer.
But with this loadout, blind should be a non-issue.
And blind is a fight that there is a script for it, but it requires you to know what the script is, and I believe if you get hit at any point, you end up falling off script.
Correct.
I just go at it and pray. And if at any point you get in trouble during the blind fight, and you have blue cane, you can just pop blue cane and the blue cane will hit it.
Easy.
So that is 3 done. 10 bosses to go, minimum. Actually, 4 bosses done, but one of them was a pendant, so that doesn't count.
What's going to be the best way to go about this? You know what? I'm going to go check that shovel spot before I do Pyramid Fairy. Otherwise, I'm going to forget about it. This not having mirror thing is super annoying.
Mirror exists somewhere.
As any LTTPR player will tell you, not having mirror is annoying.
Mirror exists somewhere. We just don't know where yet. It's also easy to forget you don't have mirror when you're routing, so you route things as if you have the mirror, and then you're like, oh wait, I don't have the mirror.
That's not the worst thing to find.
There's a couple of places where that's very useful. We know Bumper Ledge is dead, so it's not going to help us there. It will help in GT if Tile Room is necessary. Although if Tile Room is necessary in GT, there's other questions to be asked. Yeah, mirror's right now the biggest item that's missing. We're already seeing one prediction of mirror on ped. As much as I like to troll, I'd rather see a boss key on ped.
I think after this, we just have to go to Ridley's Lair. Ridley's Lair, because Gold Chorizo.
Golden Chorizo. You do have access to the above his arena item too, because you have space jump.
Correct. But I think we just have to do that immediately after. There's a lot of really irritating single checks out there.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the rough things about that can be one of the rough things about the mid game of an SMZ3 or even standalone LTTP is just when you get down to where there's the one-off checks that are probably going to have the progression.
I mean, Mirror Shield's not the worst I could find. I'm not happy to see it there.
Look, Laser Bridge is free. Also, Samus is tall enough she can see past it. Very important.
Alright, down to Ridley's Lair we go.
And this is a little bit of a logic gotcha. Because there is an access to the Mire area from here, this can be required to get the flute.
Yes, flute can be in the Mire area.
You're opting to go this way down instead of do the gate glitch. I mean, they both lead to the same area, and it's... Actually, this might be faster. You don't get the energy refill, sure, but you also don't need it. So this is where you would do the lava dive if you are trying to get in without gravity suit.
If you're gonna play this randomizer seriously, it's a trick that I would recommend learning. It's not too difficult with high jump.
And you can also do the gravity jump that you saw Raikou doing in Meridia if you have gravity suit but no space jump to get up there. You may have to do a wall jump afterwards if you don't have high jump, but with high jump you should have enough height to be able to just get to it.
So the purpose of that save is I'm going to be doing the three golden chorizo checks, and then if there's nothing there, I'm just going to reset and get my ammo back.
Yeah. Resetting to get ammo back is definitely a good strat to have if you spend a lot of ammo to get a whole lot of nothing.
Alright, Showcase Showdown is $20.
There's Golden Chorizo, that's a heart. Now, Golden Chorizo is an interesting fight, because as you can see, he will catch your super missiles, but if you fire them fast enough, it won't matter, he'll just take damage anyway. If you have Charge Wave Ice, if you have all the beams, or even I think Charge Wave Plasma, that's probably better.
Yeah, the reason I did it that way is because I don't have Wave Beam.
And because you did take that save, if you find nothing like that, well, you can just reset if you want to get your ammo back.
I do have one more check I need to do, though.
Oh, that's right, Mickey Mouse.
Because Mickey Mouse is the one Lord or fair check I can get to without that key.
And if you reset, I imagine you're just gonna gate glitch your way back down there instead of...
Correct.
Fight Golden Chorizo again.
Correct, because then I'll have 30-some supers.
Mm-hmm. So this is Beer Lava Hell 1. If you have space and screw attack, it's pretty simple to get through. And this is Super Metroid's worst room in the game.
With screw attack, it's very, very easy.
Much less with screw attack, space jump, and high jump. It's like free. And this is the room that I was talking about where you'll see some runners will turn off screw attack because that entire second row of blocks that you saw underneath the ones that Raikou destroyed are all pit blocks except for the very edges.
And if you fall through that, you have to go through the worst room in the game all over again.
Yep. In this case, it probably wouldn't be so bad because you have the high jump, space jump, screw attack combo, but if you have to IBJ up worst room in the game, it's just awful. So Raikou is reset, he's gotten his ammo back, and because there was nothing of value was lost. These golden pirates will die to 3 super missiles, some number of power bombs, or screw attack will kill them in 1 hit.
Nice!
First try, let's go.
It feels so good to do that. So this,
And this is the... Oh,
yes,
sorry,
this is the health recharge room that was added back.
Mm-hmm. And welcome to the Misery Mire area. So there's going to be 2 checks here, and then there's the 8 checks in Mire itself.
get we can get most of them.
I'm pretty sure you can get all of them, actually. No, you don't have the big key. So you can only get 6 of them.
Correct. We need the big key.
Which, granted, it could be in Mire, which would be hilarious. For what it's worth, if you do get the big key, the Vitreous fight is easy. Because super arrows. Super arrows? Yes.
Yes, super arrows.
Yeah, super arrows and silver missiles. Let's go. At least we didn't see a casual mock ball, so that's nice. A casual mock ball is when you have speed booster but do the mock ball anyway.
Muscle memory is a powerful drug.
My memory?
I said muscle memory is a powerful drug.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, if you get a good mock ball setup, it might actually be faster than just speed boostering through. But I have not gone in and timed a perfect mock ball setup versus speed boostering it. And chat is making me want tacos. So there are 6. So again, there are 6 items here. 2 of them are very long to get, and that is these 2. The other 4 are relatively dense. 1 heart is not great, though. And dying in Misery Mire is generally one of the worst dungeons to die in because you have to do that front room again.
Alright. Finish up this left side.
Survey says...
Typical.
Garbage. There are 2 types of Misery Mires. The ones that have absolutely nothing, and the big key is early. Or the ones in Keysanity where it has absolutely nothing, and the big key is nowhere to be found. And occasionally you'll get a fire rod. This dark room in the Mire basement is also one of the places where a lamp is logically required because it is a dark room and there are no torches for you to light.
Oh, right, no key.
Yeah, you'll have to go the long way. Or just do this side first and double back. Both are viable options. It's very rare that you actually have to think about the key logic in Mire because normally there's just so many of them. It's like you don't have to think about it. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that this game really likes to make you just walk everywhere.
And I think that's everything.
Yes. And that piece of heart gave you a full health refill.
Do I actually want a death work? I don't think I do.
Now we're at that struggly part of the mid-game where it's like, what checks did I not do? I can think of one off the bat already.
That's the one I'm gonna do.
Probably there, too.
Are you thinking Dirty Agina?
Yep. He probably has something stupid like mirror or book. If he has the Meyer big, I'm just gonna laugh. Hertz Blue Mail is not a bad loadout defensively at all.
Oh no, I'm comfy going to the end of the game with this.
I think a Tempered Sword would be nice just to make things faster.
But I'm fully...
Especially Ganon.
It would, but I'm fully capable of it.
Yeah. And you have Silver, so it's not like you have to do Master Sword Silverless. Paid tribute to Agina to get...
That's actually not the worst. Because I was gonna go in that area anyway.
Yeah, Meridia boss. It opens up Dragon. And does that open up Plasma Beam too?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to go kind of... I
kind
of have to go a roundabout way to get there, but it does open up Plasma.
I didn't know if that one was also keycard 2 blocked or not.
I think in the closed versions, like the first version of Keysanity it was, but Total decided that that was just too restrictive on Plasma Beam.
I mean, you already need to kill Dragon and have Can Fly logic to get out of there. Unless you want to do like a super stutter charge. Can you even stutter charge your way out of it?
Yes. It's a stutter, I think it's a stutter 2. I don't think it's a stutter 3.
I do actually kind of want to learn the stutter charge just to open up some more options. If nothing else, it would help when you have nothing but Speed Booster to get into the Green Brinstar with. Because that jump is tight otherwise. And of all the options to get into Green Brinstar in the early game, that's probably the worst one.
Oh, easily.
Just because of how tight that jump is. Screw Attack isn't that much better, but at least Screw Attack you don't have to make that tight jump. So this is the fourth and final Super Metroid transition screen we're going to see. We are now in the back... Wait, you can what? You mean to tell me you can just speed boost your way through that and not have to wait for the roly-polies?
Yep. Those are speed blocks.
Okay, so every single time I've gone this way, I've waited for the roly-polies. Because I didn't know you could do that, so now I'm upset. Surprised you're not space jumping. Never forget what items you have.
I mean, how many times have how many times as Z1 players have we forgotten we had ladder?
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna be... I don't think I'll be able to kill her in one microwave, but this will be great. If you've never seen this before, this is pretty magical.
We call this microwave shrimp, although I don't actually know how good microwave shrimp tastes because I'm not a big shellfish person. I feel like it would taste terrible.
Bye, Dragon!
The game does not expect you to have this combination of items by this point, so you can never do this in vanilla, but it is great. The Bloomerang!
So after
with that done,
after Plasma, I think my next destination is... Yeah, I want to save here.
This is the closest save spot to the Plasma Beam.
Not to mention, we also, because we don't have Birdia 2, we also have to go kind of a roundabout way to get back there.
Can you not take the normal exit path that you would take post-Dragon anyway?
You have to go up the pipe.
Really?
Oh no, I have it backwards. You have to go this way.
Yeah.
I actually don't like going this way to get to Plasma.
Yep, I'm just used to going this way to get there, so I just take this way every time.
Makes sense.
Even though it's probably not the most efficient. But for me, it's just... I know this route and I'm comfortable with it, and I'm willing to take the little bit of a time loss for now until I get comfortable with the other route. Because I'll probably forget where to go and then suddenly be like, where do I go?
Movement in this game is impossible.
Look, moving in this game is not impossible, it's just really tough. It's basically impossible. Also, something you'll see I have been relatively often, especially with newer runners like myself, is phantom inputs where you lose a wall jump because you accidentally morph. Oh boy! Guess you get to go back to Meyer now! How long has that been available? Since Agina and Flippers and all that, so yeah.
It's been available for a while, yeah.
Enjoy your free Vitreous fight.
Oh, that's frustrating.
You see, I like seeing it when it happens to someone else. And I hate seeing it when it happens to me.
I think this is gonna have to be... Yeah, we're gonna have to get there. We have to get there through Metroid 2, which is super annoying.
And having jumped back through the portal to go to Business Center would probably have been slower than just walking from here.
Considering where this drops you... Oh, you know what else I can do while I'm over here?
What?
X-ray.
I forgot. Oh yeah, you finally have access to that. You're gonna be in, like, Red Tower anyway, so you might as well. When else are you gonna be back here? I'm actually secretly hoping that X-Ray has Crate Key.
Also, this save. I don't see enough runners use this save.
See, under normal circumstances, that save is very awkward, but in this case, given that you're going to X-Ray, that's probably your best save point.
You can use that to save a ton of backtracking from several really awkward checks. And not enough people realize that.
Honestly, I think saving in this, and I'm guilty of this myself, it's heavily underutilized.
That's what I was saying, is that save... I mean, saving in general is underutilized, but...
That's what I'm saying, is
that
that
particular save.
Yeah. So normally you're supposed to have the grapple beam to get across this room, but Space Jump kind of supersedes all potential grapple beaming.
I was trying to get more speed there. But apparently I can't do that.
Rip. Need more
Alright,
iframes.
what's here?
Probably some sort of garbage.
Some sort of garbage indeed. And that save saves a ton of backtracking.
So, now... Meyer's available, and I don't know of much else, besides, like, ice.
And we can access most of ice.
Yeah. Especially with Kane. But Meyer is the logical, check.
And also Myra's a crystal, we have to go there anyway.
And that's one of the important routing things is doing your crystal dungeons early, doing your crystal dungeons when you can, because you have to do them anyway, isn't a bad idea.
I mean, I'd rather do this than do pendant dice.
Yeah, but it's green pendant dice. There's so much value in talking to an old man and getting an item from him, and then bombing him afterward because it's probably garbage. Until it isn't.
Yeah, why do you think I bombed Nagina?
That wasn't garbage, though. You needed that.
It's still frustrating.
That doesn't change the fact that it wasn't garbage. Catfish has been checked.
Yeah, the only checks we have left are Mire and Ice. And these full clears in Keysanity are very common.
Yeah, it's
mostly
it's
just
far more likely.
Yeah, this is mostly just a test of how well can you route 100% seeds.
And that's true for the standalone Link to the Past Keysanity as well. No first try the second time.
That wasn't too bad.
And you can always get more super missiles on the Rippers, so it's not like ammo's going to be a concern if you have low ammo coming out of that. Ironically, probably the most convenient thing to be in Mire would be Lower North Row 1.
Probably. So now we'll go back here and finish up Mire. There's 2 items still in here as well.
Yep. And conveniently, both are kind of on the way to each other. You see, a lot of the bosses in this game are actually immune to the silver arrows. Like, you can't hit Mothzilla with it, you can't hit Trinex with it, you can't hit Cold Stare with it. Vitreous, you can. And remember that silver arrows do metric tons of damage to everything. So, that's what makes Vitreous such a quick fight.
Yep. Specifically, the next most powerful weapon in the game, the Gold Sword, does 8 damage. Silver arrows do 100 damage.
Let me tell you, the first time I tried to use silver arrows on Cold Stare and it just went plunk. It's not a great day.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't use silver arrows on Gold Stare.
Although you think you would be able to, given it's basically just Vitreous with more puff and snow. There's a lot of eyeball monsters in this game.
There are. So we are still 2.5 hours bootless lootless.
Yeah, you know. You're probably gonna end up beating the game without either, because they're probably both in GT.
As far as big keys we still need to beat the game, the only one we strictly need is Tower Para, and we also need the GT Big.
Oh wait, why am I going up there? I don't need to drop that, because I never flipped the button.
Muscle memory.
Like I said, muscle memory is a powerful drug.
It's also amazing that the silver arrows got so buffed compared to their last incarnation where they did 4 damage.
So does anybody remember the last time they had to kill Vitreous with bombs?
That's called when you have Fighter Sword.
Yep. But Vitreous is Vitreous will be nice and quick.
I do actually believe the arrows do additional damage to Vitreous in general.
Yes, they do. Arrows do 16 damage to Vitreous.
Which is why it takes 3 arrows per small eyeball and 8 for the big one.
That's not the level 1 keycard I was looking for, game.
Well, back to Wreck Ship with you. Yeah, if that had been the lower North Area level 1, that would have just been fantastic. Because you're right there. But at least Wreck Ship is relatively quick to get to after a reset.
It is, because we can just go right back to the ship.
And this is something that I personally don't use very often, is a safe quit into a straight reset to get back to the ship.
That's something that just players in general need to use more. Which is why isolating Criteria Shaft isn't as bad as people think, because it's just a reset away and it's maybe like a minute. So when you're down to single checks at endgame, that's one of the first single checks you should do.
Compared to isolating Thief's Town Big, which is awful. Don't do it. It's a trap. I would argue that is one of the most satisfying speed jumps to get, is when you get that space jump and don't drop your speed at all.
Oh, over the moat? Or over the ocean?
Yeah.
It's quite the time saver.
I also just like the fluidity of Super Metroid's movement, though.
Oh yeah, Super Metroid's movement feels amazing.
It's impossible to do, but it feels really smooth.
And really, that's one of the things that makes Super Metroid amazing as a game, is that it has one of the highest skill caps out of just about any platformer. Okay, I do need to go get that.
It's probably important.
It's probably ice.
Yeah. There's a low chance that it's Hera. It could also be another pod.
It could be pod, yeah, but what does that do logically?
Well, if it's pod, it logically gets you to the boss, I think. Wait, no, I don't think 4 is logically to get to the boss.
No, I think logically you need 6.
I thought it was 5.
Remember, the logic all assumes you use your keys in the worst possible way.
Right.
Unless the item on, well, no. No, you do need all 6 to get to the boss, logically.
Tower of Hera Small would open up 1 check.
Yeah, it would open up 1 check.
That's very far out of the way for you.
Obviously, the best thing to find is just the mirror. The mirror also gets us Tempered Sword.
Get you Tempered Sword, get you Entirety of Swamp. Get you a couple of loose overworld checks. Good old garbage can bots.
What were we just talking about? Oh, hey, there's the mirror. And that's behind,
Well,
and you know, that's behind all of that garbage, too.
yeah. Now the question is, I assume Tempered is like the first thing you get. I don't see a reason to delay Tempered Sword when you know where it is and it's pretty quick to get
It
to.
speeds up combat too much.
Yeah. If it was me, I would go Swamp next because it's very dense, you have the small key for it, and it's a crystal.
Yeah, I'll go but yeah, that makes the most sense.
But somebody will be like, I'm gonna Galaxy Brain Graveyard Ledge, and ends up finding something there. I don't know. But Swamp would make the most sense, I think. Also, thank you, Ice Beam, for freezing enemies. You can't screw attack them after they're frozen, I think.
Nope. I can't quite full clear Swamp, but I can do everything except the big chest.
And the big chest isn't exactly long to go back to,
It's not too bad.
compared to some other big chests. Like ice.
But no, I agree. Swamp makes perfect sense.
So yeah, just go do all of Mire with all of its stuff behind it to the pod key does not finish off pod, I don't think.
No, we have 4 smalls.
You know, you did ask at the beginning of the seed, what is the dumb thing going to be?
I'm pretty sure that qualifies.
Yeah.
Like, the whole chain to get the mirror was silly. Although, to be fair, it's not as stupid as the last mirror chain that I had to deal with, which was 3 big keys into... Which was...
Well, also... Sorry, go ahead.
That was 3 big keys behind mirror. Where it was, like, the thing you needed to get into Turtle Rock... The thing you needed to get into Turtle Rock was an Ice Palace. The Ice Palace... The Ice Palace big chest... Or the Ice Palace big key was in the Turtle Rock big chest. And then the Ice Palace... what am I doing? I'm getting carried away. The Ice Palace big... Like, the Ice Palace big was in the Turtle Rock big chest, and then the Ice Palace big chest had the mirror. That was fun.
Now, I'd like to make it known that all of this is currently in the chain for Boots, Flute, and Red Star Boss and Lower Norfair 1.
But at least you have a mirror now, so routing is slightly more convenient after you've done all the checks.
A little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and take care of K45 as well while I'm here.
Seems reasonable enough to me.
To answer the question, how many total items are in this? There are 316 total locations available. In non-keys, some of them are reserved for keys, maps, compasses, and big keys. But in Keysanity, all 316 of those checks can have items.
Blueberries.
And the distribution of that is 216 in the Link to the Past and 100 in Super Metroid. That's why Link to the Past, generally speaking, is your better, more dense checks. But that comes at the cost of it has more items required to get all of those. Super Metroid doesn't have a whole lot of required items, and if you have the items to do stuff in Super Metroid, it can be just as fast, if not faster.
There is nothing stopping Ridley 1 from being on PET, I don't think.
None of this. No. Unless they're.
Oh, we need boots. We need boots to get PET, because desert.
Not necessarily. Because you already have the small key and the big key, I don't think boots are required to get.
Oh, right.
Kind of.
Right. I guess if only there's an item we. But yeah, I guess you're right. PET is live.
PET is mostly live. Ice Palace big.
Right. We don't have ice. We don't have Ice Palace big.
So where Ice Palace big pretty much dictates what can and can't be on the pad at this point. And if Ice Palace big is not in Lower Norfair, then the Ridley 1 can be on the pad. Same with Crate Key, same with Prince Star 2 and Meridia 2.
That's a good thing to find.
So now that you have all the beans, Mother Brain 2, pretty much any boss in Super Metroid at this point is just gonna die. You just have to be able to get to them.
I can also quick kill Kraid in the silliest way.
What, charge plasma?
One beam shot and then, or one missile shot and then charge plasma. Because Kraid has 1000 HP and charge Ice Wave Plasma does 900 damage.
So what you're saying is we're not going to be taking Kraid to prom.
I would hope not.
So you're gonna see Raiko pick up this key here. Are you going to do diver down?
Probably. Why not? I have Kane, why not?
So diver down is a glitch that you can do where you kind of have to like clip in between a block and a rail. This block being something you place with the Cane of Samaria. That will allow you to jump onto the water, and then you can pick up pots and get chests without having to drain the water. It is useful in 2 places here in Swamp. And I don't think it's useful anywhere else because you can't do it anywhere else.
I believe this is the only place you can do it.
Now it's very important that he does it because he's about to flood the key. So if you do this and you do not diver down, you are soft locked out of beating the dungeon unless you completely reset the dungeon itself, which I believe you have to do a hard reset to do.
No, you can No, you need to leave the dungeon and then transition away from the... Like, if you leave the dungeon and then transition the screen, then the water will reset. So this one's a little finicky. It's too far.
You're gonna see he's gonna try to jump onto the corner.
There we go.
Right there. Kind of do a charge walk to get into the block, and then he can jump down through the rail.
That's the harder of the two. So then the game puts me on the wrong layer, which is why I can walk underneath and grab the pot key. There's another one that we'll do later in the dungeon. It is much easier.
And we do not have Zelda boots currently, and so far, at 2 hours 50 minutes in, it is bootsless, fluteless, and was mirrorless for a good.
It was mirrorless for 2.5 hours. Well,
oh boy.
There's Bryn 2. Bryn 2 gets us the Spo stuff.
And the Etiquette stuff, too.
It does, so that opens up 5 things.
Poor Spore Spawn. Actually, no, not Poor Spore Spawn. He gets to live today.
Yeah, Spore Spawn gets to live today. If we had Bryn boss, then we would need to kill Spore Spawn.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff we're still looking for, though. We still need a quack.
We need a quack. We need GT Big Key. We need Hera Big Key. We need Brinstar Boss and Lower Door Fair 1.
Hey, Ryan, maybe you should learn how to Herapot.
What? Why would you do a silly thing like that?
Because then it's important in Keysanity, because then you don't need to find the Tower of Herabig. This is...
Until there's something in the big chest.
This is the other diver down.
And this one...
That one's a lot easier. You can do that one from either side. Oh, hey, Gravity Suit. And by Gravity Suit, I mean Red Mail.
Well, I mean, you were water walking to get the red mail, so I guess it fits. I think the opposite of a jet seed is a Raikou or also a seed. Where there's just nothing, ever.
The last pickup that opens 5 things, that was the Brinstar level 2 key.
So now we're gonna fight the jellyfish eyeball monster with corn puffs.
And this is why we grab Tempered Sword.
Yep. The corn puffs go down in 1 hit, and crucially, if you hook shot from the bottom, that is, you hook shot up like Raikou was doing at the beginning, and you don't have Tempered Sword, you will actually take a hit after the first hit on the puffball. Oh, you got the 2 cycle.
And I don't think anybody wants to see a menu boss.
What, you mean you don't want to come in here with just hammer? You can hit Argus with the silver arrows, but it's a little bit of a tough setup. And do bear in mind that you still need what's it called? You will still need at least one GT small key going up the tower. But if you don't have any going in and you have the big key, you can make a quick stop into the basement to get one under a pot.
Yeah, I think just ship is going to be the fastest way to get back there.
I would think so too. You could go from Link's house. It would be...
That's slower.
Yeah. Because you'd either have to save Quid or Mirror.
I was the one who rolled this. Like, I don't know who's a worse dealer. Neither one of us are allowed to roll seeds.
Yeah. I've known for... It doesn't matter what game it is, it's going to be Troll. Sir? Either then I'm just gonna flat out break the randomizer. I've done that before too.
Like, how many times have you broken Fred's randomizer?
At least twice. At least twice. That's why whenever a new version is released, I like wait a week before I start rolling seeds on it because I know I'm gonna break it.
Thanks, Elsoa. We'll investigate.
Look, at least only one of them was actually game-breaking to the point of impossible to beat. It was the equivalent of if a chest opened up, but instead of you getting the item out of the chest, the game just stopped. The game just froze.
All right, let's go ahead and show Spore Spawn Skip then.
Oh wait, there is another thing you can do here. That is out of logic.
If it's Wave Gate, no, I have Wave Gate.
Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. I'm not used to you having Wave Beam.
At all.
Or High Jump, for that matter. So yeah, normally you would have to kill Spore Spawn to get this, but with with Brinstar 2 and that little trick, you can just go find your red rupee in peace. And if you had not done Waterway earlier, this probably would have been the best time to do it, but I think Waterway was required to get in here because, you know...
I'm doing it anyway, I don't care.
Casual wave gate glitch. I guess that's our casual mock ball. For prosperity's sake.
No, that was on purpose. I knew I had Wave Beam, I just wanted to do it.
No, not that. Picking up the map. That was for prosperity's sake. Yeah, surprisingly, Link can crawl. He learned how to do that in 1997 with Ocarina of Time.
Right, so now that we have the Bryn 2 key, we can actually go down here.
Remember when we went here at the very beginning of the game?
Now we have the key.
Yes. Almost 3 hours later. The lag meringue.
That is the lag meringue. And if anything, it'll make our menus cleaner.
Yeah. Honestly, I would say menuing in Link to the Past is harder than movement in Super Metroid.
I mean, to be fair... Okay, so that didn't lead to anything? Did we pick up anything down here? I don't think so. I don't think there's a reason why we can't just reset.
Well, you reset already the lag meringue.
I don't care about that.
No.
That's not worth walking all the way back for. So, desert, I think?
You could just go for pad. Out of logic. Desert, logically, is probably where the game wants you to go.
I think desert's more reasonable.
Yeah. It's still 5 items, and you can get the whatever was on the ledge, which I forget what it was.
Wait a second. I have to get the desert through Metroid.
Yep.
How many times
In before flute is in in before flute is in desert. Ugh.
It's probably just in GT somewhere.
We already checked Golden Chorizo. Oh, you mean the other GT. So, welcome to Super Metroid Zelda 3, where you just constantly have to run back to Lower Norfair if you don't get good access to Mire/Desert.
I mean, it's keys. This is
Even outside of keys, though, this would be weird.
yeah, but this much of it. I mean, having to run through this way 1 or 2 times is nothing unusual. But this much.
We have a prediction of Flute is going to be in the GT tile room. So, something interesting will be, even though we've checked most of the items, the item completion percentage won't necessarily reflect that because so much has been reset away. This is a glitch that it's inconsistent. It's kind of inconsistent, but is something that is definitely worth learning just for this reason. Because now Raikou doesn't have to go all the way around to Showcase Showdown every single time he wants to come down here.
But even with GT dead, this is still faster.
I believe Flute actually can be on pad here, depending on where the Ice Big Key is.
I believe so.
Because you can get to Desert with the mirror going all the way around through Lower Norfair. Also, checkerboard.
I haven't forgotten about this.
Good, good.
I just never had a convenient time to come over here. Watch this be Flute. Nope.
Well, to be fair, I mean... this is normal logic. Space Jump has been acquired. So this is well within logic. Honestly, the only part of PED that isn't in logic is the fact that we don't have the Ice Big Key.
That can stay right there. Spacer.
But don't you want to have a wide beam that you already get from Wave Plasma?
Clearly.
I actually kind of like finding Spacer early just because it gets some use.
I mean, it's poor man's plasma. That's what we call it.
Yeah, but if it's all you have, Spacer charge is at least better than nothing. Tank, 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 tank.
Oh, another one. Oh, wait. That was discolored.
Discolored.
There we go, okay. Okay, so the item on the torch is nothing.
So boots will not be required to get that. I read that as Quispy Beam. Is that going to be the new name for the Hyper Beam, the Quispy Beam?
Clearly.
This dungeon really makes you appreciate having Pegasus boots.
Oh, it does.
What does Mola have for us today? If this is the Ice Palace big. Well, it probably still wants 2 keys. For what it's worth, boots are not entirely dead yet, because we still have Bonk Rocks and King's Tomb, both of which are Pyro Boots.
Oh, there's Graveyard Ledge, too. Lovely.
Yeah. But if you get boots before that, then it's at least a little bit more convenient.
I think I might actually have to check Graveyard Ledge soonish.
And before boots are there. So, Raikou has all of the equipment he could ever want to fight Landmillas. He's got Fire Rod with half magic, he's got Tempered Sword, he's got Silver Arrows, he's got Hammer, he's got Lamp. I don't know what Lamp's gonna do. He's got Lamp. Could you imagine if the Lamp dealt 1 damage per tap?
Easy game.
Nice fight.
Pod small?
Very nice fight.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so it's clearly pointing back towards Pod.
Yeah. Because with 5 of them, you can get every chest now, because you didn't open the front door.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason not to go back there at this point.
And even with logically it requiring 6 keys, I think just getting everything out of there is worth it.
I don't disagree.
For all we know, the 6th pod key is in there.
Because now we have logical access to everything in Pod except the boss. And the only other location that we have access to, I believe, is Graveyard Ledge.
There's a couple of chests in ice you can get.
Oh, ice, right? Yeah, ice.
But I still do this day do not fully understand the ice key logic, because it seems like every time I try to understand it, it's like, nope, it's actually this. Like, somehow you need between 0 and 4 keys to beat the dungeon.
It depends on Hookshot and Cane of Samaria.
But you do have both. So, I don't know, maybe you could do it now, logically. I still like Pod as a play more than Ice at this point, but maybe you do have logical pet access just from that, although I still think with assuming the worst possible usage of keys, you would need both smalls. I feel like Skullwoods and Mire are the only 2 dungeons where you don't actually need all of the small keys to get everything in logic. Just because there's so many free keys available in those 2.
There is an extra Misery Mire key for sure, because there's a key that leads to a rupee room. But there's a locked door in the basement of Mire that leads to nothing but a rupee room.
I'm actually tempted to try to do a 100% map challenge of both Link to the Past and Super Metroid in one of these.
I don't think that's guaranteed to be possible.
Right, because sometimes the keys can lock themselves. So it would have to be vetted for a seed that you can do that.
It would.
Which would require looking at the spoiler log, which would defeat the purpose. Unless you get it from somebody else who's vetted it.
Oh, this is a lot more awkward than I thought it would be.
You don't have boots. Can you bomb jump this?
Oh wait, don't I think I have to flip this button first. Yeah, I have to flip that first.
Click. All of the dropped keys are hard-coded, so the pot keys, the keys you get off of enemies, there's that. So now that's available. All but one
Oh
chest.
yeah, I did the back of the pot already.
Yeah.
And this is why Link to the Past keys has the compasses indicate how many items you found, because you go in and out of dungeons all the time.
Yep. And I'm being corrected in chat that we do need the ice bake for pet access still. But hey, Turtle Rock's open. Technically beatable, not logically beatable.
I still don't think going there is the worst idea, though.
No, it's 11 items. Actually, I believe that Quake was behind one key because Raiko doesn't have the boots, so he couldn't... Well, no, you don't have to bump back over, that's right. Because you can walk around. Forgot about that. Yeah, that, I think, might have actually been a zero-key Quake. Say hello to the run killer if you're doing NMG. He requires 17 hammer hits or 5 bombs, I think it is.
Yes.
And your reward is another tank.
I am gonna run in and grab the rest of, I'm gonna go grab the other 2 chests in here, though. No reason not to. And I have to go around this way because I don't have the final key to open the front door.
Right. Logically, the game will have expected you to have that, but... if you just avoid the front door, you can get around it. And Turtle Rock will be another case of this, where you can beat the dungeon right now, but you cannot logically do it because there is the vanilla big key chest that requires a key. Generally, the better play is to go ahead and kill Trinex and go to Laser Bridge because it's more items.
That's what I'm gonna do.
But I have seen seeds where you actually needed all 4 Turtle Rock Smalls. Actually, no.
TR...
You can get the laser... Wait, can you get the Laser Bridge with 2 keys?
Yeah, you can get to Laser Bridge with 2 keys.
Okay.
Because the only thing, you
basically...
need the 3rd small for would be to get to Trinex.
So you have a choice of vanilla big key chest or Trinex then. Unless you get the 4th Turtle Rock Small somewhere on the way.
I'm just gonna go to the bottom of the dungeon. Actually, why am I mirroring? I should just save it.
Right now, Ped can have the following: Meridia 2, Brinstar Boss, Lower Norfair 1, Boots if Boots are not required to get the Ice Big, Flute if Flute is not required to get the Ice Big, any of the fetch quest items if they are required, the book itself can be on the pad, and Hera Big Key, Hera Small Key, GT Big Key, and Swamp Big Key technically can also be there. And ped stands for the Master Sword pedestal, not the Morphball pedestal. That is a different ped. So yeah, there's still enough out there that's required to be on the ped to make this a ped seed, but it's not necessarily the most likely option right now. We've already established that this is not a... Well, actually, which big key was on Shack Tool? Was there a big key on Shack Tool? So I thought this was a Shack Tool required seed.
I don't believe so.
Well, I know you didn't reset out of it.
The reason I didn't reset out of it is because I needed to go to Norfair.
Ah. Yeah, there's that.
I had a different reason for not resetting out of Shack Tool. But now we can go into TR, finally, after finding both of those rods super early.
Turtle Rock is a dungeon with no turtle enemies. So, in keys, if you, depending on how many keys you have, the way you route this is pretty much going to be the same as you would if it wasn't keys.
Was that vanilla?
I thought that was the compass chest in vanilla.
Oh, that is the compass, you're right.
What's nice is Raikou has mirror at this point. Morphball and Laser Bridge just sounds terrible.
Aw, no Pegasus boots. I can't do the best item dash in the game.
Rip.
By the best item dash in the game, I mean there's a really sweet Cane of Burna dash you can do through that room. Those are both pretty good items.
Yeah. Looks like there's a very, very low chance we're going to see the GT basement at all now. In fact, I think because we have the Criteria Big Key, it's pretty much dead.
I believe you're right.
Unless we somehow get to the end of the game and are still missing stuff. But that Big Key is nice to see there just because it's done.
Because, like, GT Big Hunts can be just terrible.
Especially when it shows up in GT.
I mean, that totally didn't happen in the last multi-world Keysanity we did.
No, totally not. I've only ever seen GT Big Keys be in like Link's house.
TR is just loaded.
There's the boots.
TR is just loaded. Lovely.
Yep. So that opens up 2 more checks. That allows you to get the thing out of desert that you don't need.
Yeah, it's just super missiles.
3-hour boot, still no flute.
So this chest in this room, we're gonna hope this is nothing.
Well, at the very least, you know that there's going to be a 4th Turtle Rock Small out there somewhere to get. You just don't want to have to come back down here. Go, Morphball, go! Oh, okay. I feel like when you dash as Samus, you should just morph and become the Boost Ball. Call of Keysanity is great when you don't forget items locations exist. So here we're going to see the exterior of Turtle Rock. You need to do this in order to get to the big chest. And not forgetting Mimic Cave, very important. We're seeing a suggestion for you to do the item dash now.
Oh, hey, there's the last pod small.
Now we have logical access to whatever was on the pod boss. The last Turtle Box small probably would have been a little bit more convenient.
Yep, pod is just loaded, or Turtle Rock is just loaded.
And the book! That opens up 2 tablets. And we can see what's on the bed.
It's not convenient for me to go there.
Until you need to pull it. Bombos is kind of out of the way, too.
At this point, yeah.
At least Ether's nice and nearby.
I can go do that after TR.
So, how loaded do you think Laser Bridge is going to be?
We'll find out.
I'm expecting, like, Hera small, Hera big, Brinstar 2 and Meridia 2.
I think I'm actually going to open the safety valve at the end of TR and take a death.
It's not the worst idea in the world. Given that you're kind of low on health and dying to try next is painful. Well, that's not a progression. The best map in the game. Uh-oh. We're opening the safety valve and taking a death. That's the best option at this point. But hey, you got a mushroom. Yeah, you can chop it up, put it on pizza.
So then this will just give me all my health back. Well, not all of it, but enough of it. I think it'll put me at 8 hearts? 7 or 8.
Plus there's a heart in the pod on the way in.
This should be more than enough.
Especially with Gold Sword and Half Magic. This is my favorite boss entry room in the entire game. It's this long, endless pit to get to the boss fight. So, this is the one boss in the game that requires the Ice Rod. You literally never need it otherwise, which is what makes it really trolly if you just don't listen to Sahasrahla and Vanilla and don't go to Lake Hylia to get it.
There is a corner case where Ice Rod could be required for something other than Trinex.
What, like Landallas?
Yeah.
I feel like that would be a very, very weird seed if that was...
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It'd be super weird.
So we're hearing that there is absolutely nothing important in Turtle Rock whatsoever. Totally.
Alright, so next is Ether Tablet.
At least look at it this way. Your Ridley fight will be free.
So all we're looking for at this point are a few keys.
Yep. Maybe a powder if we need that for a magic bat.
I'm gonna swing by Ped, just in case.
The fact that Pet is still alive is kind of crazy.
But we're gonna go put that... Well, I'm going to the village anyway, so why not swing by here?
Yeah. If nothing else, we can put the meme to rest, or confirm that the meme was live. I am secretly hoping that Pet is alive.
Because the only thing that it can be is a key.
Yep. Morph ball bombs would be hilarious, but not being gotten. It's the flute! The flute is on the pedestal! So now the question is, how badly do you want to beat the seed fluteless?
I'm just gonna finish it.
And then suddenly you have to get an item off. Okay, if you end up getting an item off of Cold Stare or Shahastral that has a required item, you might as well get the flute.
Of course.
Hopefully you don't need to go back to Myra Desert ever.
I believe at this point Myra and Desert are full cleared.
Yeah. I don't think you need the flute for anything at this point.
No, I've already done it, but yeah. I think chat wants me to go save the dock.
Yes. I want you to go save the duck. But that's only because I want something required to be on Sahashala, at which point you might as well do it anyway.
That's the only situation where I'm actually going to go pick up the flute if there is something required on Sastrala.
Which again, we're still missing 3 keys. It's not impossible, although very unlikely. I don't know, I think we can leave the duck trapped, though, ultimately. Like, if it comes down to you can beat the seed or go save the duck, you know.
Like, realistically... Especially with Myra and Desert already done, there's no real reason to.
Mm-hmm. It's not going to save you any time getting up the mountain, because you can just go to the old man anyway.
Exactly. Oh yeah, there's also the... I should have fake powdered.
Oh, the magic bat?
Yeah, because the mushroom is live.
Yeah, or you could just turn the mushroom in.
I'm planning on doing it because I'm right here.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not useful.
No, it is not. Yeah, this has been quite the seed. I mean, every Keys seed is gonna have dump trolls in it, but this one has had several.
What, you mean we're being super far blocked behind Plasma Beam Check and Agina?
Yeah, Mirror's been the biggest one, yes.
We can take solace in the fact that Ridley is probably going to have garbage.
Alright, I'm gonna go to Ice.
Yeah, it seems fair.
If anything, I probably put Ice off too long.
Logically, from the logic standpoint, I can understand putting it off as long as you did, because there's like only a couple of chests that are in logic due to the key situation. But with Red Cane, going to ice early is not necessarily a bad thing. And the issue, I'm seeing the suggestion of if the game was evil, they would make the duck required to fly post-Act 2. I feel like you would need to have a flute block in GT, elsewise people would get there and just be soft-locked. They could just add Dig Dogger back into the game. To answer the question, Mira was in Wreck Shipped before the normal reserve tank location. To get the level 1 key card for Wreck Ship, you needed to go to Plasma Beam post Dragon. To get the boss key for Meridia, you needed to go to Agena, I believe, to get that boss key. Gravity Suit was... I forget where Gravity Suit was.
The Gravity Suit was pretty easy to find. Anyway, Icebreaker. Hey! That was nice and quick.
If you're a Zelda 1 runner, that's not that... That's a little bit easier to do because it's a lot of one-frame taps, and you do those all the time in Zelda 1. I'm just waiting for that 4th Turtle Rock Small to show up.
So I'm gonna have to do a little bit of weird routing to make it through with the key situation the way it is. Alright.
Oh boy!
That's one of the things we need.
Yep. So all but one item in Hera is now available. Technically, GT is open.
Actually, I have to mirror. Because of the key situation. Now I have to go the other way.
Yep. And at this point, logically speaking, I believe that test is in logic, which means GT is available logically. I don't think it's going to have anything, but it's there if you want to do it.
Yeah, GT can't have anything logically. Then where?
Although it would be...
Then where are these keys at?
They might be down in this portion.
Probably here.
Ironically enough, GT might actually be convenient to do right after Hera. Even if there's still stuff to look for.
Yep.
Just because you're already there. I am amazed we're this far in with no grade kill. Just because the Brinstar Big hasn't showed up yet. And now we're going to see the other big Ice Palace trick, the bomb jump.
There's a really nice flowchart that you can use to learn that. I'm pretty sure it's sticking in the LTTPR Discord.
Even before Icebreaker, it was absolutely necessary. Even with Icebreaker, it's not necessarily strictly necessary to know, but it's very good to know.
That skips needing the big key.
Yep. And if you're go-loading Ice Palace, then you can actually just do Ice Palace with no keys if you do the bomb jump.
Yep.
You can't really check a hole out of the chest, but you can do it.
And I don't have the big key, so I can't check the big chest.
I'm very curious where these Ice Palace keys are. It might be that Hera has them.
I just have iced tea.
You should be able to kill Cold Stirrer.
Oh, easy.
So,
Technically, Sasha can have something. Be a weird logic, but... Ice Palace logic is weird.
So that's everything but Cold Stare. Well, and the big chest, but we can't get that.
Right. So it's time to fight the Stay Puft Marshmallow Kids. I don't know. I don't think Fire Rod does extra damage to this boss.
Yes, it does.
Oh, interesting.
Cold Stare is weak to Fire Rod. Fire Rod shots do 8 damage.
That's good to know.
But I have Gold Sword.
And half magic.
Ah, darn.
well, the boss that you wanted to stay in the corner left the corner.
So Gold Sword spin attacks will not deal additional damage, but the hitbox will persist for the spin attack length, so it makes it easier to hit stuff. So with the Green Pendant acquired, there's not a whole lot left still. Starting to get to the check for a checkpoint.
Yeah, I guess I'll go see what's on Sash. I'll see what's on Sash and then go to Hera.
Nice bonk.
Yeah, aren't bush bonks great?
They're the best bonks.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. What does Sash have?
What?
Okay. What?
That's confusing.
I guess this is why I say I don't understand Ice Palace key logic.
I think I'm gonna check the Bombos tablet before I go to Hera just to cover my butt.
That's fair.
Because this isn't really that far out of the way.
And when else are you gonna do it? That's the big question. Like, when else would you come down here to do this? So I guess logically the seed wanted you to double dip ice. Ish.
There's our crate key.
Tablet. Well, the book was required.
That's pretty silly. I'm gonna just off crate now.
I was about to say, do you detour and kill Kraid on your way up to Hera?
There's no reason not to. It's on the way.
Yeah. Okay, so apparently that is the key for... Apparently because you have Kane, that's why that key can be there. Because you don't have to do it the vanilla way of loop around the dungeon 6 times.
Beatable is not a thing in this. I wouldn't be surprised if our Lore Norferky was in here. Because that's actually the last thing we need is Lore Norferky, and then we'll be in go mode.
Yep.
So the mini crane is one of the few enemies in the game that can't be frozen. Like, non-boss enemies.
And on top of that, well, actually, diverting back to what we were discussing slightly earlier, we now know at this point that Lower Norfair is pretty much going to be barren. By sheer virtue of there can't be anything required.
I shot
there.
too many.
Rad. We're gonna take Kraid to prom.
Bye, Kraid.
Bonk. So yeah, by process of elimination, Lower Norfair has to be barren, as it will be the go mode item. Oh, hi.
Well, we might have to go back to Swamp.
That's always fun. Swamp big key for ice, big key for Lower Norfair big key? Or key 1 rather. Ridley key cannot be in GT. The only big key that can be in GT is the Criteria big.
At least the only required key.
Right. There can be other small keys that are not required, like Turtle Rock 4 could be there. No, Turtle Rock 4 can't be there, actually.
Sure, fine, I guess I'll take it. Alright.
Yay, health.
So I think it makes the most sense to go into Hera now.
I mean, you have to do it anyway. You could climb the mountain dark and just do DT right after.
That's what I'm planning on doing.
That is one of the few nice things about Hera being your final link to the past dungeon, is you're right at GT. And in the GBA version, they added an extra warp spot at Turtle Rock.
The one good thing about the GBA version.
Yep. That's why I never knew Hookshot Cave or Paradox Cave existed as a kid. I always did that, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't need anything else, so I'm just gonna go to Turtle Rock. So I'm like, that's why the rando taught me those exist. Also the rando room.
Well, that one's legitimate, because the only thing that's in there in vanilla is just ammo. Although I have had to use that in an NMG race before.
Oh, jeez.
Because I didn't have ammo.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think digging for arrows is something you can do in vanilla. Everybody's had to dig for arrows in rando before.
Well, yeah, because you can't buy them. I was just waiting for the GT cutscene to start, forgetting you needed to do Hera. Alright, so welcome back to Hera. Contrary to popular belief, this is what happens when you don't Hera pot. The big question is, where will the... Honestly, if the lower Norfair 1 key is here, that kind of works.
That makes sense. There it is.
And that's go mode.
And that was behind... That was also just behind all of that nonsense.
Yep.
Like, all the nonsense with the mirror. But yeah, that is everything we need. Turn that green light on.
So with that, we probably have about, what, 35, 40 minutes left?
About 35, I would say. And this is one of those cases where I am actually gonna beat, yeah, I'm gonna beat Zelda completely first. And then I'll just go down to Ridley's Lair.
I mean, there's no real reason not to here. But now the real question is... Oh, well, that's
bombs.
So the real question is, do you pick up the flute to get to Lower Norfair faster?
I think so.
Picking up the ped after Ganon is the way to do it.
Yeah, I think we are actually gonna go get the flute, because that would be faster than... This is so dumb.
The best part, you didn't actually have to get the green pendant either, you just needed the Hera big out of that, but because you got the green pendant, it's gonna save you time later. I wonder what the time differential on that is, though. At least you don't have to do the GT basement.
That's one nice thing about keys, is you usually don't have to go to the GT basement.
Until it's in tile room. I'm not letting that go because that's just amazing. It is because of the type of games that are randomized. Usually, the SMZ3 randomizer takes, what is it, 2.5 to 3.5 hours?
It's... I would say, like, intermediate players take about 3.5.
And then when you add Keysanity on top of that, that adds roughly about an hour, because you have to look for keys.
Keysanity adds about an hour, usually. But SMZ3, like, non-keys, I would say the best players average around the 3-hour mark. Like, the best players.
If you're a little bit newer, obviously it'll take longer, so... But that 3.5 hour mark seems to be about the benchmark.
I would say if you have a solid understanding of both games, your first siege should probably take, like, 4:30. I think 4:30 is reasonable.
I'm just gonna sit over here with my 6:30 first seed, 4:30 second seed. And be sad. Anyway, so this is the gauntlet. This is probably my least favorite part of the entire GT. Just because, to me, it's, well...
Those rooms look really, really cool if they're done right.
Yeah, but you gotta do them right. And it's very easy to screw them up, especially when... Land Malay!
Oh, these rooms are super cool, too.
Yeah, this floor, honestly, is, like, really, really good.
Thanks for the support, Stump.
Honestly,
Nice.
I kind of wish there was a mode where all you needed was the GT big key to make Ganon invulnerable instead of having to do the whole tower. There is a hard logic for Super Metroid, which will have you need to do things such as suitless runs in Norfair. I believe CWJ, the continuous wall jump to get into Wreck Ship, is in logic.
Yep.
Maybe some suitless Meridia stuff.
Yeah, some suitless Meridia. Actually, I think with the latest update, suitless Shack Tool is in logic.
Ugh. How exactly are you supposed to do
Actually,
that?
I know that suitless Shack Tool is in logic because I think it was Lenifus posted a screenshot in the Discord of a gravity suit being a check tool.
Oh, jeez. I assume you'd have to do an ice beam clip to do that.
No, but you need all of the suitless Meridia cocktail.
Ah. So this is Troll Dorm 2. Arguably easier than the Troll Dorm 1 because he has a larger platform, but it's a little bit thinner, so if you get knocked vertically, it's a little bit tough. Validation hurt. And now it is time to play. It is now time to go to everybody's favorite school subject, agonometry.
Yep, agonometry.
Agonometry is like geometry, except the angles don't make sense. That was a double. That's a pretty good setup. Ooh. That's a pretty good setup, too. I've heard a couple of different names for this guy, including Jerry. And he is dead. But wait, there's a random Ganon. That turns into a bat. I guess he's a vampire now.
So with Gold Sword and Silvers, Ganon is a formality.
Yep. And given that you can just fly down to Ridley and leave Lower Norfair, actually you probably have enough health to do Reverse Amphitheater. So yeah, this is probably the hardest part of the Ganon fight, just because no matter what, you have to sit through a full phase of fire bats. Once you're through the fire bats, it becomes relatively formulaic. So he takes 6 hits with the gold sword in the first phase, 6 hits in the second phase, 4 hits with any sword in the third phase, and then the fourth phase is either 4 silver arrows, or 12 spins with gold sword and tempered sword, 24 spins with master sword. If you have tempered sword, he will require 12 hits in phases 1 and 2. If you have master sword, he will require 12 spins. You cannot hit Ganon with slashes from the master sword. And fighter sword does not work at all on him.
Alright, that's 1. Get your G's in chat.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen a seed where Ganon goes down before Ridley. Now, normally you would go and get the Triforce there if this was standalone Link to the Past Randomizer, but because we have a Super Metroid attached to it, you'll be teleported to the top of the pyramid, and you can go from there.
If you beat Super Metroid first, then after you reach the Crateria, the Crateria shaft, then the game just disables the escape.
Time to go get our flute. Also, canonically, you had the duck carry you away by playing the flute before you saved the duck and picked up the flute. So, yeah, we're gonna go make what just happened canon.
This is incredible. I think this is the first time I've seen anybody pull pedestal after beating Ganon.
Only in SMZ3 would this happen. And only because it's faster to do this than the walk all the way back down to Ridley again. For Meridia Key 2, it will never be gotten.
It's probably in Ganon's Tower.
And before it's the Ridley reward. Everybody please rise for the Hyrulean National Anthem.
About 3.5 hours too late. We'll see where we're at on time. Because if we're significantly ahead of time, I do have something that I want to show. But since we don't have a ton of time, I don't think I'll be able to show the full version of it.
Well, you could do it now. Alright, so all of that was to get back to Lower Norfair quickly.
I mean, I could do it now, but eh.
You have enough health.
But then then Fiesel will get mad at me because I won't have time to fill.
True. So, now we get to see the interior of Lower Norfair, but probably without picking up a single item.
Nope, I will not be grabbing items.
Nice landing. Nice landing. Spear Lava Hell 1, as we saw earlier.
And that's what we need the door key for, is that door. Yep. Now we can just go straight to Ridley.
Welcome to Amphitheater, aka Beer Lava Hell 2.
This room is awful.
Are you gonna come back through here, or are you gonna go the normal way out?
I'm probably gonna go back through there. It depends on the health situation, but I don't foresee a situation where I wouldn't. It's just faster.
It's not like you don't have the ability to Crystal Flash. If you really wanted the health.
But I don't foresee it being an issue, what with Charge, Ice Wave, Plasma.
And basically 30 supers. Because Ridley does take double damage from super missiles, but I don't actually know if the full beams does more damage than that.
Supers are more DPS.
Yeah.
Full beam does 900.
I think the reason it would be faster is you don't have to go all the way through Norfair again. Plus, you have to make the Ganon's exit cannon, or DT exit cannon, clearly.
Which is another reason why I'm not going to use too many supers during the Ridley fight.
You want to have some to get out. Hello, Ridley! You could just use X Factors.
Doesn't RBO X Factor Ridley?
Yeah, why not?
I knew there was one category where you just X Factored Ridley. I'm pretty sure it's RBO.
It is. Just because you don't have the ammo to straight ammo kill him. And you need the supers for,
Crystal Flashes, yep. Can you grab me, please? Thank you.
He's like, no, I don't want to grab you. I want to live. Oh, I guess I'll die now. And with that, Ridley is dead. All that is left is Mother Brain and Turian.
I mean, Turian's gonna be super fast.
Yeah, you have everything you need to make it quick. And apparently I was wrong on how many charge shots it takes to kill MB2. I thought it was like 60 with all the beams.
No, it's 60
But I think
supers, it's 30.
20.
Or, no, it's 20, yeah, it's 20. Because Mother Brain is not weak to super missiles, like Ridley. So it's 60 supers or 20 charge shots.
No speedball.
Wasteland Speedball, I think, is a Stutter 3. Also remembering I have Spring Ball.
Wait, you have Spring Ball?
Yep.
I forgot you had Spring Ball. Where even was that?
I am trying to remember. I've had it for a while, though.
Welcome to reverse beer lava hell.
It doesn't take that much energy if you have good movement.
Yeah. Now doing it without various suit is just not happening. Nice landing. Thankfully, Beer Lava Hell 1 does not stay full if you come back through the other door.
Nope. Alright.
And out you go. One more Green Gate glitch. I almost wonder if a transition into a reset wouldn't be better.
That's what I'm gonna do.
It also gets you ammo back if you want to have full ammo going in, which might be useful.
It will be, yeah.
Probably not necessary, but useful. It sounds like it was hammer pegs.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to fill up ammo.
Link is ready to go. Use the hookshot of destiny to attack Mother Brain. No saving.
Be fine.
Nice jumps.
Oh yeah, I'll try to explain Zemskit for you, so maybe you can have a better understanding of it.
Yes, that would be appreciated, because it's one of the things that I do need to learn. And it's good to know in general, because it saves you a ton of ammo if you have to go for an ammo kill on a MB2.
Oh, there's Metroid rooms first. These are some of the doing the 4 Metroid rooms in Turian, these are some of the highest APM rooms in the game.
Yeah, like casually and even trying to do them relatively quick is not bad, but if you're trying to just fly through them, it is height. Like that. That's a missile you gotta hit and just keep going. Thankfully, there's only 4 of them.
That wasn't too bad.
Now. There's actually less Metroids here than there is in the original Metroid. And especially in Zero Mission. So do we get Baby Skip?
No. I also need to go into my menu to turn off Screw Attack anyway. Because you need to turn off Screw Attack for Zemskit. And then don't forget to face right. That's very important. Saves 40 frames.
Wait, really?
Yep. If you face right when you get grabbed by the Metroid, it saves 2/3 of a second because Samus's stand-up animation is shorter facing right.
I did not know that.
Also, if you don't have any reserve tanks, it's faster to Crystal Flash than go in here.
Right, but you've got reserve tanks. And it would be slower to drain them and then Crystal Flash afterward than to go in here, I imagine.
It would. So this door coming up is the only eye door in Keysanity.
But there's no Turian key?
Okay, I'll show. Okay, so with Zeb Skip, the way you do it is you want to stand in the corner, hit angle up, and then as soon as this Cheerio spawns, you shoot it. I didn't turn screw attack off. And then you want to take damage, do a baby jump to the right, and then you can go right through the Zeb.
Huh. Then the rest don't spawn.
Correct.
Now, is there a reason you have Varying Gravity still off?
Oh. No.
See, here I thought you were going to go for stand-up. Now, this is sped up compared to vanilla. Normally, there is a little bit of a wait, but here, Mother Brain 2 just shows up.
That's in the most recent version, too. A lot of the code, a lot of the like QOL upgrades, a lot of the quality of life upgrades from standalone SM Randomizer were implemented into this version.
But not the map edits. That's very important. So you can still soft lock in places like Spacer Beam or anywhere that requires bombs if you don't have power bombs.
I wouldn't be surprised if the soft lock prevention gets put into the game soon. It's just a matter of Total going through the game and finding all of the new memory addresses.
So, what you saw there was Raikou was taking damage to get himself down to 3 E-Tanks. The reason is Hyper Beam deals 3 E-Tanks of damage, and until you are at 99 energy or less, this cutscene will not trigger. And stand-up glitch is something where apparently you stand up during the Baby Metroid cutscene and can start hitting Mother Brain during Phase 3, the very end, or before the Hyper Beam comes in, but you run the risk of soft locking if you do it.
That's the reason why.
I don't think it's... I personally don't think it would be safe to do in a marathon, but if you're going for, like... If you feel comfortable enough doing the entirety of Turian again, or at least the Mother Brain fight again if you soft lock, then sure. I just don't know how much time it saves.
If you have full beams, it saves basically the whole Mother Brain 3 fight.
Interesting.
You can't quite kill Mother Brain 3 with just stand-up damage, but you can do most of it. Because Mother Brain 3 has 36,000 HP, so you would need 40 charge shots.
But again, you run the risk of that soft lock, and it's a question of how comfortable are you with redoing all of Turian if it comes down to it. And now it's time to leave.
Critters are dying, right?
Say again?
I said critters are dying.
Sure. Fusion doesn't need to be canon. Okay, so is it Turian or Turian?
It's Torian.
Yeah. I've never actually known how to pronounce it. I always just said Turian. And you do get the spark. See if you get a sub 2 escape.
I don't see why not.
Steam vents say otherwise.
I'm not gonna get steamed that many times.
For now.
That's a good time. I'll take that.
409.33. Not bad at all. Especially with how trolly that mirror was.
Alright, so with that, we have about 20 minutes before the next run, so I think I do have time to show one thing.
And I was heard there was a vote that comes with this one thing.
Given the amount of time I have, I'm not really comfortable with that.
Okay.
If I had a little bit more time, then I would probably go for it, but... for those of you who are more intermediate SMZ3 players, one thing that I want to do, since we do have time, is, Suitless Lower Norfair isn't as hard as people make it out to be.
Ah, yes. The Lower Norfair Hell Run, as it's known.
Yeah, the Lower Norfair Hell Run isn't as bad as people make it out to be.
Now, caveat, it does depend on what equipment and how much health you have going in. Obviously, there is certain equipment you're going to need in order to do it. And how much of that equipment you have determines how much health you can go in with. So, for example, if you have to IBJ up worst room in the game, it's going to take a lot longer. If you could, let us know what equipment you'll be doing this with.
I'm gonna just do it with everything.
Okay, so that will be high jump, space jump, and screw attack. This is your ideal situation that you would want to do this in because you have a lot of equipment, you can move very smoothly. It is possible to do it with less, it's just going to take either more execution or it's going to take more health.
Speaking of which, I think this is the first new version where the ending music hasn't changed. I believe in version 9, it was the Donkey Kong Country 2 credits. Or no, version 8, it was the Donkey Kong Country 2 credits. Version 9, I'm trying to remember what it was. And then it was this way for version 10.
Just look at that Pegasus boots and flute time.
And mirror, too.
It's only 2.5 hours. It's not that big a deal.
But this completion time of just over 4 is typical for your intermediate level player. $35 save inputs from not having mirror and flute.
Well, 19 total transitions.
Alright, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to our other file.
And something that you may want to do if you want to practice this is find yourself a seed where you can get a bunch of these items, or even a vanilla run.
Vanilla's not a good idea because you don't have the protection from Gravity Suit.
Right. Find yourself a randomizer run where you can get whatever items you want to practice with before Lower Norfair. Preferably a Baron Lower Norfair. And even if it's a case where, and then you can just turn off Varia to try this whenever you want.
You just have to make sure that Ridley is still alive is all.
Yes. Very important. What you can also do is if you want to practice it and you accidentally save or save and quit after killing Ridley, just copy the file into one of the other slots that you always have it available.
Actually, you don't want to do that because that messes with the extra save files. Mess with the ROM, so you'd be better off just making a copy of. You'd be better off just making a copy of the seed.
I see.
In the next version, Total is actually planning on erasing the other 2 save files for Metroid and Zelda for this reason.
Ah, okay. You can also use the SM Practice ROM. So here we go. Now, you have Gravity Seed.
You can use the SM Practice ROM to practice the movement.
And this does not include killing Golden Chorizo, I believe.
No. Although if you have full beams, killing Golden Chorizo is not a big deal at all.
You just will be taking damage during the entire fight. As there is, I believe, 1 non-superheated room in the entirety of Lower Norfair?
Yeah, Firefly.
Mm-hmm.
So for these heat runs, it's really important that your movement's on point.
Yeah. Having 25 plus power bombs is also helpful because that gives you 2 crystal flashes without having to farm, but it's not strictly necessary.
I like to have 3 available because that reduces the amount of post-Ridley farming you have to do.
And I don't believe this is currently required for hard logic.
No.
But it can still be very helpful if you find yourself you're at the Lower Norfair door and you have the stuff you need to kill Ridley. It can be helpful to just reduce some backtracking.
That save can also be very helpful, but just remember, once you've used that save, you are committed.
Mm-hmm.
But typically you'll want to have full movement. You'll want to have charge or almost all the super missiles in the game.
If you're gonna be missing a movement item, probably the best one to be missing is high jump, because then you still have space jump and screw. It's just gonna take a little bit longer to get up some of the rooms.
And then whenever you're doing the Lower Norfair Hell runs, you always want to discharge your reserves manually. Because if you let them auto-discharge, then you're going to be taking damage while they're refilling.
The reason the timer has stopped is the main seed has been completed. This is a demonstration of Varia suitless Lower Norfair. You can also do it without gravity, but you will be taking significantly more damage from things like spikes and Ridley himself.
Yeah, you take quadruple damage from Ridley.
So if you're going to do it completely suitless, you want to be very comfortable on that Ridley fight.
I need to kill this Nova. And then you want to drop your power bomb when you're at about 75 or less energy to Crystal Flash. Your reserves also have to be empty to do this. So now this is definitely the hardest part of doing suitless Lower Norfair.
And the other thing to keep in mind is you have to make sure you don't drop your power bomb too late, because elsewise the damage will tick down before the Crystal Flash starts. You cannot Crystal Flash during this Ridley fight. You will die.
Yeah.
Unless you get, like, the perfect Ridley pattern to where he just kind of stays up there and does nothing. And even then, it's probably not going to work.
You have 0 iframes during Crystal Flash, so if Ridley passes through you mid-Crystal Flash, you're going to be taking 40 damage every frame.
Yep.
Didn't even have to go into my reserves. But you also have to remember that with this is only half the battle.
You still have to get out.
Yeah, you have to get out.
Reverse Amphitheater, which is what we saw Raikou do in the main seed, is pretty much a non-option. I don't see a situation in which you'd be able to do that unless, like, somehow you have all 14 tanks and are willing to Crystal Flash afterward.
Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can.
So I'm gonna just drain reserves again here. Prepare for a Crystal Flash refill, and then I'm gonna need to do a little bit of farming to get enough supers for my last one.
You can jump in the acid if you want to get your health down a little bit faster, but you have to be careful with it that you don't go too far.
Also, one thing that I did fail to mention is that a Crystal Flash fills 1500 energy, so having more than 15 energy tanks does more than 15 energy tanks will not help. Also, having Grapple Beam makes these farms faster.
Yep.
But when I played the seed, I had no clue where Grapple Beam was. Alright, that should be all the ammo we need. Now we just need to get out. As long as your movement's good, it's really not that hard. It's just you have to understand how Ridley moves. You can take some damage, but not too much. It's more important during the Ridley fight to be accurate with your shots. Oh, I don't have Spring Ball either.
Getting out of this room without high jump is a little bit tough to do, but it's very much doable. You just have to be careful on your movement is all. Which really is like the main shtick for this whole thing, is you just have to be careful on movement.
And then that's the last power bomb. Well, I can get power bombs in Fire Flea.
Mm-hmm. And because Fire Flea is not superheated, you can technically you can just farm in there as much as you need.
Yes, you can farm in there as well. It is slow though.
Slow but effective. If you're in that much of a pinch, it can work. That's one way to do it. Nice X-ray scope. You can also kill the head with the super missile if you have the ammo to spare. Which I believe is how you're supposed to
That is how you're supposed to get down there, yes.
Now, if you're looking for items while doing this, it's going to be a bit tougher. This is just to get in, get Ridley, and get out.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing this unless you're in go mode. Because if you're searching for items too, it gets significantly more complicated. And then this will be the last Crystal Flash.
You lose all the progress since your last save. So if you take the save that's that's on the way down, you will not lose all of your progress, but you will be hard committed to either getting out, or you'll be hard committed to getting out this way.
And that is the Grand Hell Run. We are now out. Alright, thanks so much, Feasel, for having us and letting us show what this looks like. If you want to play the Keysanity mode yourself, you can go to alpha.samus.link. And then you'll be able to play this yourself. All you'll need is a J 1.0 Link to the Past ROM and a Super Metroid ROM, and a Super Metroid JU ROM specifically, and then you'll be able to play this. So with that, good luck to the rest of the runners, and have a good afternoon, everyone.